Whoa, this is struggling on my PC right now. There we go. There we go. Hello, everybody. Hello, YouTube. Hello, people of my server, the Trans Network server. Hello, people of Trans Voice. Hello, everybody. It's been a while. It's been a long while. I think it's been about 6 months, maybe even 7 months, which is a big gap after we did them every single week for a year, with the odd exception. But yeah, I really needed a break, and I have now had that break, and it's good to be back. Did she just 67? I don't know what that means. Oh, 6'7", lol. Fucking Zoomer memes. But yeah, really great to be back. We have a new updated workshop, which is it's something that always gets updated as my teachings update. And yeah, should be really good. Should be even more helpful than any of the past ones have been. Expect some sloppiness. Expect me to be still settling into this. I have had one sort of tester workshop in another community, so I could sort of try all this out before doing this live properly. But yeah, hells yeah. And I see something is happening. Yeah, cool. Okay. I also have a slight cough, so you'll have to excuse my slight cough. You should not be doing stuff when you're coughing. You should be having a nice break. But I'm a professional. I know what I'm doing. Do as I say, not as I do. Fab, right, let's get into it then. So, first of all, workshop rules and etiquette. It's really important to make sure that everybody's able to learn from this and everybody's able to have a good time. First, this is mainly referring to people in Discords, but it's going to be useful for you in the YouTube chat as well to keep in mind. Let's get this mic that isn't the mic out of my face. So, first of all, make sure we're being really respectful to the learning environment. So, please can people avoid screen sharing other stuff that's not relevant. I've immediately knocked my headphones out. I don't need my headphones right now. Let's get these off so they're not in my way. I'll plug those back in. No, I do need them. I do need them because I need to be aware if people are talking in the Discords. But yeah, try to keep it just a good learning environment. So avoid distractions that are going to affect other people. Obviously, you privately do whatever you want, but if you can avoid, streaming gameplay of whatever right now, if we can avoid screen sharing really anything, unless it's specifically relevant that I've brought up, which probably won't happen. Excuse me. And yeah, just keep things an environment where everybody gets to learn from really easily. If you can also be really respectful of our fellow attendees. So I don't want anybody it's obvious stuff. Don't be insulting each other. Don't be being mean to each other. Also, don't be being overly critical of each other's voices and stuff. We want this to be, again, a nice learning environment, and being super judgmental or critical of other people's voices isn't going to be conducive to their learning. If in doubt, I'm a professional. So I can give people feedback on their voice, which means you don't, as an audience member, you don't need to worry about that. Yeah, you can just leave that to me. And lastly, stay on topic. So especially when we have to take questions and stuff, I don't need to be hearing about what's happening in the MCU right now, if that's still a thing. Try and keep things on topic of voice so we can all be getting the most out of this as we can. Yeah, does that make sense, everybody? I hope it shouldn't be overly restrictive rules. Just want to make sure that we're keeping things so that everybody gets to learn and it's just enjoyable for everybody. And yeah, we will be having an open forum question, just like a Q&A section at the end, basically, where you get to ask any questions about any of this. If there's stuff you're confused on, you get to ask specific questions. Obviously, you'll be able to do that throughout, but if you can keep your questions to the text chats for now, that would be really, really good. And then, yeah, at the end, you get to actually speak your questions. And during that, I'll also take any, if you have just a question or you want me to give some feedback on your voice and hey, I'm struggling to do this, can you just teach me how to do this? Then we can do that as well. This text right here, yeah, exactly. Or on YouTube or wherever you want it to be. Yeah. Hopefully that's nice and easy for you guys. Ask questions. Do ask questions. Oh, also to add on to that, there are no stupid questions. I like seeing questions in chat. definitely be giving questions. It's helpful for me as somebody like giving a workshop to just kind of know where the audience is at. So it's really helpful for me if you're like communicating that in chat, even if it's just like, oh yeah, that makes total sense, Sarah. That's really good. Then like that helps me to know where people are at with it. Yo,
Liety subscribed to the channel.
Yo, thank you for subscribing to YouTube. That's really, really good of you. Thank you. Yeah, just keep me informed of where you guys are at, and then that'll help me to know that I'm not leaving anyone behind. It helps me out a lot. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going. So who am I? Who's this person in front of you? Most people in my community probably have some familiarity with who I am. I'm sure there's a bunch of new people throughout like all of the different servers here, or both servers here, that aren't quite sure who I am. So yeah, my name is Sarah. I use she, her pronouns. I am the person who runs Trans Network. So if you've seen that name thrown around at all, we're only a small community, but you might have heard of us. Then that's me. That's what I do. And I'm the voice teacher of Trans Network. You can see a bunch of links there that you're welcome to use as much as you want. But yeah, the relevant things are just going to be the YouTube, the Discord, and the Ko-fi. The Ko-fi is what we use to fund a lot of the stuff. I try to like make it a really important point. Those prices are slightly out of date. We're not quite that unsustainable right now. We've got a little bit more sustainability. So let's change that in real time. These are 15. Okay, and hopefully I didn't dox myself or do something strange there. Fingers crossed. You can let me know afterwards if I did, and I can edit out of the VOD. But yeah, we try to keep things like super affordable. I don't like the idea that voice training is this super like hard to access thing. So yeah, I'm trying to keep things like as affordable as possible while still giving like a really high quality professional teaching experience. And the Ko-fi is what allows me to do that. So if you want to support us, then absolutely head over to the Ko-fi. We're going to have more and more stuff building up there. I'm kind of overhauling it a little bit. So there's going to be opportunities for like feedback to clips and stuff at a sooner rate. I'm potentially thinking of doing some like drop-in sessions just for like I'll be there for an hour for anyone who's supporting the Ko-fi to just, you know, you've got a little problem that you want some help with, so you don't want to pay for a full lesson, but maybe you just subscribe to the Ko-fi for a month. It's just a $5 or a $10 or something. Yeah, that's the idea behind these, and obviously it funds these workshops as well. So if you want to help support us, then you can go over there. We have TTS on, which is fun. But yeah, I've been hosting workshops since about August of 2024, and it was actually that's wrong. It's actually July. I went and checked. It's actually July, and then we took a break after it was July as well. It's crazy. And yeah, I've been teaching since October of 2024, and it is what I do. Yeah, feel free to ask questions about me, about why I'm here, about all of that if you want to. Yeah. Now, the really important bit, okay? What I'm not, all right? I'm not a medical professional. I don't have any medical qualifications. I can't diagnose you. I can't treat you. I can't provide any medical service, okay? I'm not your doctor. That's really, really important. Anything you do in terms of voice stuff, your health is your responsibility. Obviously, I'll be giving you guidance and information on that, but it's the same as a friend of yours giving you information. Yeah, it's really, really important that you know that I'm not your doctor, and if you do need medical advice, you should speak to a doctor about that, because I can't give you medical advice. It's just beyond what I know. It'd be irresponsible of me. If there is something where like somebody is speaking or has a question or something, and I'm a little bit concerned about their, like I just hear something that's like, ooh, that sounds like it could be a medical issue, I might suggest they speak to a doctor. But again, that, you know, if that's you, you might also not have that thing. It's literally just go speak to a doctor about that, because they'll know better than I will. That's really, really important. Does everybody understand that? Yes, no? Hello, you're all there. Did that all make sense? Copy? Nice. Thank you. Cool. All right, let's keep going then. So let's get into some actual voice stuff. First of all, a little bit about maintaining health. Again, not medical advice, just useful information. So important things to do, you'll see me doing it all the time during this workshop, is drinking lots of water. And this is probably the most important thing. One of one of the important things. Staying hydrated brings so much for your voice. Generally, it provides more mobility. You can just move things around more if they're properly hydrated. A lack of hydration can produce like irritation for your vocal tract, which makes everything harder and makes things get more inflamed, which then makes things harder still and provides risk of injury. Being properly hydrated maintains good mucus levels, which again gives you that cushioning, that protective membrane, which is really good. Hydration is just important for everything. As you know, for a lot of life, most things require you to drink plenty of water. I would generally recommend people to drink about 2 to 2.5 liters a day. That's a really, really good level to go for. If you're on spironolactone or any other diuretic, you might want to increase that amount of water that you're drinking, just to make sure you are staying properly hydrated. My biggest tip for anybody, especially if you have ADHD, but for anybody ever, it is just the best advice I could ever give for drinking plenty of water, is get a big ass bottle. Just get a big bottle. I used to struggle a lot with drinking enough water, and then I got a big bottle, and now I drink like liters. I get through probably 1.5 liters a day, so about 3 liters, sometimes up to 4 liters. When I first started voice stuff, I had a 2.5 liter bottle, which was amazing. I ended up going for like 6 liters a day. It was insane, absolutely insane. That was with spironolactone as well back then. But yeah, get big, like just stupidly big bottles. I would always recommend, like, best get a 2.5 liter bottle, and then you just know, so long as I drink this today, and like every day you refill it and you drink that through the day, you know you're golden. So yeah, big bowls, it's a useful hack. Also really important is staying nice and relaxed for everything we're doing here. Nothing we're doing requires physical effort. Like, this isn't at all exerting for me to do in terms of my voice right now, and nothing that we're going to be doing requires effort. If anything, like, if you feel yourself having to try physically, obviously mental is a whole other thing, you know, it might be a complex task to do, but physically speaking, there's no like pushing, there's no effort going into this. It should be super relaxed and super like normal. Talking in an adjusted voice should feel the exact same as talking always does. It is no more like effort. Excuse me. It is no more effort for me to use this voice as it has ever been for me to use this voice. I also have no idea if this is how I used to sound. People from the earlier workshops can let me know if this is how my previous voice was, but whatever. The point is, physically speaking, completely effortless. It's just like talking always is, because we're not doing anything that requires big muscle movements. It should all just be nice and relaxed. Also, that'll help against like injuries and stuff. Like, overexerting yourself can mean injuries. We'll go more about like the things to avoid in a bit. But keeping it relaxed will give you the safest setup. It will give you the best sound because it gives you that natural sound. It means you're not having to like just use tons of effort essentially. Yeah, if you want it to be like a high quality voice, being relaxed is the best way to get there. So it'll give you what you want as well as all the safety stuff. Okay, warming up. Warming up is super, super important. It has a whole bunch of benefits to it, but essentially, just like any form of exercise, when you're doing voice work, when we're specifically practicing voice, when we're going to be talking for a long time, then warming up is going to be just really useful for any activity you do. If you're going to, it's one thing to go for a walk, but if you're going to go for a hike, you want to warm up. And it's not about us using extra, knowing we're going to use extra effort in our voice. We're not going to be doing that, or we're aiming to not do that. But if you're just going to be sat there doing a bunch of voice practice, then, like anything that you're sat there going to do a whole bunch of, you should do a little warm up first. Doesn't matter so much if you're doing like 30 seconds of practice. doesn't really make a difference. Warm-ups are really good in the morning for reasons we'll talk about later. But yeah, warm-ups increase the blood supply to a region, regardless of what warm-up you're doing, whether that's for your legs, for your vocal tract, for anything. Excuse me. Increases your blood flow, which again provides that hydration, because that's how your body moves stuff, and provides any other resources you happen to be needing. It also gets things a bit more mobile, a bit more easily able to move, and makes things a lot safer for us. So definitely on warm-ups. You'll also find just everything's just easier to do after you've done a warm-up. And lastly, this is actually really important. Do be having fun. And I want you to, this isn't just for cliche of like, oh, and have fun. I want you to actively be trying to make this fun for yourself, okay? I've had a lot of students. I've had a variety of students. And one thing that is reasonably common is this can be a very laborious task. Like all things transition, you're in for a marathon, not a sprint. So we need to be keeping our mental health on top. Because, yeah, there's a lot of like, it can often feel like we're running into brick walls. And fortunately, that's why there's people like me to help you with that. There's these workshops to help you, there's lessons to help you, all of these different things. But still, it can be very, very stressful. So really make sure that we're having a bit of fun with it and being a bit silly with it, okay? Like, silly voices are good. I really want to encourage people to just have fun with this, try to play around with it, and try to approach this in like a sort of just fun way. Hey, with Cat and Chat. Yeah, have fun with it. Look after yourself. It's really important. You'll also, if you're just exploring different things your voice can do, you're going to make a lot of progress, and you're going to find things a lot easier, because just whenever you come across something you need to learn to do, if you've already been just exploring voice and seeing what you can do, just random noises, whatever you can do, you'll find like, oh, that's kind of similar to like this thing that I did. So really explore, have fun, and yeah, don't put too much pressure on yourself. You got this. All right, things to avoid, really important. Well, these first couple aren't so important, but they get progressively more important. So first of all, caffeine. Caffeine is a diuretic, and like all diuretics, it makes you pee. That's what that means. So it's just a simple thing of the more you're losing water is the more you're losing hydration, so we're not staying hydrated. A coffee is the equivalent of like 4 cups of tea in caffeine levels. So I don't mind you like having some caffeine, but if you're having like a few Red Bulls a day, that's a lot. If you're having a few espressos a day, that's a lot. So if you have a lot of caffeine, see if you can reduce that a bit, because that is a lot of your hydration being lost, as you know, by the peeing that you're probably constantly doing. So yeah, just be careful of that. Sugar levels, it's a similar thing. As we increase the sugar in your blood, that's going to mean that it's harder for moisture to leave your blood. If you think back to like simple diffusion back at GCSE or whatever the equivalent is in your country, basic chemistry stuff, or sometimes comes up in biology, I guess. Yeah, as we increase the concentration of something like sugar in your blood, it's going to be hard for hydration to leave, because it's going to be sucking up all of that water. Okay, so just if you have a lot of sugar, consider knocking that back a little bit. It's not super important, but consider cutting back a little bit. It'll make you healthier in general, and it means that your hydration is happening much better. So you're able to actually use all of that water that you're drinking. Smoking and vaping are not the end of the world, but they are a roadblock. I know that these are literally an addiction, and it's hard to, it's hard to deal with that. If you are a smoker or a vapor, consider cutting back if you can. I have seen heavy smokers completely like feminize their voice. I've seen a heavy smoker that did completely feminize her voice. But it does make things harder. So, up to you, live your life. It's just an extra roadblock. Yeah. Okay, these next 3, these are the important ones. These are the must not do ones. All right. Straining your voice. Okay. If you, we'll clump them together. Straining the voice, pain and discomfort, and tension. Essentially, all of these come down to using stuff that doesn't need to be used or shouldn't be used. So if you're feeling pain, that's a big no. Any pain that you feel, you need to immediately stop what you're doing. Review, like, what was that? How did I just do that? And don't do it again in the future. All right. When we're feeling pain, what's happening is we're either about to do some damage or we're doing some damage to our body, and that's obviously a bad thing. Now, every so often, this doesn't really matter that much. However, if this is like a repeated thing, then we can cause some significant damage and we can cause some injuries. If you are constantly injuring your voice in similar ways, we can develop scar tissue, and eventually we can form what are called polyps, which are these little lumps that appear in your vocal tract, and they need to be dealt with surgically. Okay, so that it can be a big deal. I've never had a student had that happen. I've never heard of a student having had that happen, but that's why we stay safe. Good rule of thumb, if you're doing something and you can feel physically that you're doing it, probably doing something wrong. Everything that we're doing here, you don't really feel it happening. I can't pressure this like enough. I don't want you thinking about your body. I don't want you thinking about how to use your body. I don't want you thinking about anything to do with your throat. If you can feel it, you're probably not meant to. The movements that we're doing are tiny little micro adjustments, which means you just don't feel them very much. There's just not a lot of sensory feedback there. So really avoid any of these things. If it's similar to like lifting a weight at the gym, then something's being tensed too much. If you are feeling pain, then something is actually potentially being damaged. If you're like really, really tight like this, then we don't need any of that tension. That's going to not give you the voice you want, and B, mean that you're constantly tense and you're potentially going to get injuries with other muscles. So all of these three things are really going to help us avoid injury and actually give us a more natural voice if we avoid them. So never think I just need to push through this pain, or I need to just push through this discomfort and eventually I'm going to build up to be able to do this. Never going to happen. There is no building up to be able to do something. All of you already right now, physically speaking, can already produce any voice you want to produce. You all have a physical capacity. It's just learning a skill. Voice training is more like learning an instrument, where you're or like learning to sew, where you're learning how to do a thing. It's not a matter of building up your body to be able to do a thing. Does that make sense? Is that super, super clear to everybody? And do you have any questions at all? In trans voice, did that all make sense to you guys? Do you understand why we don't want to be in pain or anything like that? Yeah, sick, good stuff. Nice, we have people chatting now. That's good, that's what I want. Means I know what you guys are thinking. How about feeling what you're doing? Like if you learn to know what you should do to change things exactly, I would say massively avoid trying to figure out what to do based off of feeling, because odds are you're getting it wrong. You have this like just location has, this whole location of like your neck area just has, it's such a complex area. There are so many different muscles. You have all the different things of your vocal tract, which is a lot. You have all the things of like actual movement, which is a huge amount as well. There's just a lot of muscles around here. A lot of muscles with completely different jobs to one another. And so if you're trying to feel it out, like all you could really do is I feel something over here, but like over here there could be so many different things there. So the odds of you successfully being able to feel out how to do this are super, super slim. And also the actual thing that you're supposed to be doing, you barely feel, if you feel it at all. So really, really avoid feeling your way through things, because odds are the thing you're feeling probably is the wrong thing. Like just statistically, the odds of you getting that, it's very, very slim. Instead, focus on the sound. What sound are you creating right now? Because that's the thing we want to change. Like those of you that are wanting to change your voice, is it you want to change how it feels to create your voice? Or is it the voice itself you're wanting to change? You know, like when we're feeling dysphoric about voice, it's the sound, you know? It's not about a sensation, it's a sound. So let's focus on the sound in terms of what we're doing. All of it around the sound. The whole should not feel much is actually something new for you. Okay, good. I'm glad that like we've been able to provide that. Yeah, you really like this is something you barely feel. Think about we'll go more into it in the future, but like the movements we're making, like the biggest movement that you make is going to be about an inch of movement. So think about like the rest of your body. If we're like, here's a big movement, you can feel this, okay? If I move about an inch, I barely feel that. Like, try it at home. You barely feel yourself move about an inch, you know? Yeah. So yeah, any other questions on that? Fitness to playing video games with funny voices is probably the most critical foundational aspect of learning fan voice. Yeah, hells yeah. If you're playing video games and doing silly noises, that's great. I'm all about that. Take every opportunity you have to make silly noises. This is good stuff. Yeah, happy. Oh, another thing I guess I'll add to that in terms of the like shouldn't be able to feel stuff and like not trying to control your body. Think about how you actually do stuff. Like when I pick up this bottle, I'll get myself in camera. When I'm like grabbing this, I'm not thinking about the muscles in my hands. I don't even fully know how that works. Your hands are super complicated. I know there's something to do with tendons, and there's some muscles in my hands that connect to those tendons and make these movements. I don't know how to do that. I'm not thinking about that. I'm just thinking grab. And like, I imagine while a lot of you won't know a lot of how we're going to do what we're going to do today, I bet a lot of you can just raise your pitch. Like you can go, ah, 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 or any little tune. But you probably can't tell me how you did that. Most of you probably don't know how you actually change pitch and what the mechanism is for that, but you can do it. So we don't need to actually like control our bodies like that. We just focus on the outcome and like the back of your brain. Like you have a subconscious thing that deals with that sort of task. Consciously, you just think about the outcome you want to produce, the sound you want to produce, okay? Just like if you go ah or oh, all you're thinking is make an ah sound or make an oh sound. You weren't thinking about the muscularity involved in that. Yeah, motor cortex. Any other questions about any of that? I do not see any typing, so I am assuming there are no other questions. If we move on from a slide, but you didn't get your question answered, then you can still ask your question even though we moved on from the slide. And if I miss a question, then like reply to it, or if you see that I've missed somebody else's question, reply to the question I've missed and say like, hey, sorry, you missed this one. Excuse me, and that'll help me out. All right, let's keep going. So how does all this work? How does your voice work at a fundamental level? This is a really basic model called the power source filter model. You can look this up online. It's a very like universally understood model, and it's a really, really basic model. Essentially, we have our power to a voice, which is the air in your lungs. I like to think of this as like the substrate of your voice, or like the material of your voice. You can say like the fuel of your voice, whatever. I like material. It makes more sense in my head, but this is what is like what it's called throughout the science world, I suppose. But we have the power of our voice, the air in our lungs. That air travels up into our vocal tract, into our larynx. So you can see I'm very lucky. In fact, my larynx sticks out a lot. It's really useful for my job. Make sure I'm actually on camera there. So you can see this tube on my neck here, okay? That tube is my larynx. If you've heard of the term the voice box, that's that. It's basically just a tube of cartilage and everything's inside of that, all right? So inside of here, we have our vocal folds, which are two little pieces of tissue and muscle and some other stuff, which vibrate. They just open and close like this. You can see in that little GIF at the bottom. So it is over there. You see that GIF over there? Near the bottom, we have this opening closing happening. And what that does is as the air is traveling through that open closing, coming up through, the air starts vibrating, okay? So we have a vibrating vocal folds, and they create vibrations in the air as that air is passing through. So now the air is vibrating. Amazing. Sound is vibrations in the air. So when your ears have these little sensors inside them, these little hairs, they pick up vibrations in the air, and they send that information over to your brain, and your brain interprets that as sound. So literally, vibrations in the air is what sound is. You can think of that as like sound waves, those little vibrations being sent off, which is what you then see in that GIF of, we have our vocal folds and they're creating this sound, okay? However, this is just a very fundamental sound. Think of it as like a 2D object. It doesn't exist in the world yet, because we have a space, we have an environment, we have a 3D reality. So that sound is then going to bounce around our, that's called the source, by the way, sorry. I'm skipping ahead. That's the source, okay, because it's the source of a sound, all right? So we've got our power, the air, we've got the source, our vocal folds, and then we have a filter. So that sound bounces around the rest of your vocal tract and eventually exits through your mouth. And as it bounces around, and this happens to anywhere where you have a sound, the sound takes on the shape of its environment, okay, as it bounces around it. As it takes on that shape, it changes the sound a little bit. And that's why we can say different words. You don't just hear a series of notes from me. So when we have that source just has a pitch to it. It has like kind of a timbre, like it has something called weight, which we'll go into later. But it is just like if you had a note generator, or like if you have an instrument, it is just the note, okay? Like you can't take a guitar and make it say words because it hasn't got a filter we can change. But in our mouths, we do. We have this, all of these words I can say is me changing that shape, okay? Change the shape in my mouth to produce these different words by shaping the sound into those words. Does that make sense? So we call that the filter. So we added a filter on top of a sound, and now we're using that filter and moving it around and manipulating it to turn those sounds into words. Yeah? Could be a little bit tricky to get your head around at first, but if you kind of, when it clicks and it makes sense. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes? No? Maybe? What are we thinking? You think so, yeah? Nice. So the power, the air, goes up into our vocal folds. Our vocal folds turn it into a bass sound, so a note, okay? Now that note is shaped by the shape of our vocal tract to create words and the full complex sound, okay? It gets a tone to it, it gets like all of our speech stuff and a whole bunch of stuff like that. Does the sound bounce around everywhere, like back into your lungs too? It won't bounce all the way back into your lungs, but it does kind of just bounce around until eventually it leaves. It'll take a path, because if you think, it can't really go back to your lungs because like the air pressure is pushing upwards. So like we already have velocity, so it's going to be making its way upwards and out, because like you're pushing it that way. Yeah. That makes sense? Any other questions before we move forward from that? We'll start to understand why this is relevant in the next slide. Have you heard the term resonance, by the way? This is what we're talking about with that bouncing around. That filter is we have applied a resonance, okay? So what that term means is essentially, I've been saying that sound takes on the shape of its environment. An environment is a resonator, or at least if you can change the environment, we call it a resonator. So your mouth is a resonator, your larynx is a resonator.
Lily Williams subscribed to the channel.
Hey, thank you so much for subscribing. Lily Williams, thank you. Any other questions at all? I see one person typing, so I'll wait for that. When we get to fullness, expect density might be a better word. We'll go into fullness later. That's going to be a much, much later thing. Okay, let's keep going then. So, why did any of that matter in terms of our power source filter model? How does it apply to gender affirming voice? And what does testosterone do? So first of all, in terms of like chemicals that impact your voice, in terms of hormones and HRT and all of that sort of stuff, the only hormone that affects human voice, in terms of like from puberty onwards essentially, is testosterone. So estrogen, I'm afraid, isn't going to do anything at all. It's not going to affect your voice in any way. The only thing that's going to do anything is testosterone, which is great if you're a masculizer, or if you're a trans dude, if you're on masculizing HRT. Not so helpful if you are doing feminizing stuff. We gotta learn it on our own. But even masculizers, if you got more specific goals than just wherever testosterone lands you, or some people don't get a lot of masculization out of testosterone, it can be useful to know what to do. So what does testosterone do? Those vocal folds we talked about with the sources, they start to thicken up, and that affects the way they vibrate, and it affects the way the sound vibrates. You create a sort of buzzier tone from that, or a buzzier sound from that initial source sound. So if I was to mimic my vocal folds thickening up, we end up with this buzzier kind of a sound. You can kind of hear it sounds thicker. It sounds meatier. It sounds heavier. We have all of these sort of ideas that are coming up. And you can describe this as in whatever way you want to, but we have this kind of sound being produced as opposed to this sound, which would be what a thinner set of vocal folds sound like. We also have a vocal folds lengthening, and that impacts pitch. Research suggests that we drop by about an octave after testosterone exposure. However, I'm a little bit suspect of some of that because there's a lot of cultural impacts on that. I believe that study was specifically on Americans, so I'm not too sure about that one. But that's what we've got so far, at least. More later on why it doesn't match in the slightest with pitch. And then the other big one, and this is going to be our fun, really big one that has the biggest impact on the sound, is our larynx lengthening. So that tube, remember, our voice box, it lengthens and expands a bit, creating a bigger space, okay? So that then creates a sound kind of like this. Remember earlier we were saying we have that filter of sound taking on the shape of its environment. Well, if its environment has just gotten bigger, then that's going to change the sound. It makes this bigger kind of a sound, okay? So we have this larynx lengthening, we have that vocal fold thickening, and that's how we get our typically masculine voice. All of these things, though, can be, through behavior, manipulated, as you hear me doing throughout this workshop, as you've just heard me do. So there's hope. We can do something about this. All right? As you're about to find out. Section 2, how do we do all this stuff? How do we change the gender perception of your voice? So first things first, before we get into any of that, let's do some warm-ups, okay? Like we said earlier, warm-ups are going to be really useful for just increasing the blood flow to your vocal tract so that it's more nimble and more able to do stuff, and you're in a much healthier, safer environment. What we're going to be doing is essentially something called a SOVTE. It's just a little acronym. Sounds really complicated, but it's a lot simpler than it sounds. It's a semi-occluded vocal tract exercise. Semi just means half. Occluded just means closed. So half closed or partially closed vocal tract. That's vocal folds all the way to your mouth. Exercise. You know what the word exercise means. So it's just a partial closer somewhere in the vocal tract while you do a little exercise. Super, super simple. Now, the ways we're going to be doing this, there's a lot of different options here. This is like a little graph. It shows basically better or worse. The point of these is basically as air is coming up, as that air is coming up through your vocal tract and pushing through your vocal folds, that's a lot of air pressure they're under. They're under all the air pressure of that power, okay, from the power source filter model. All of that air pressure, when you're trying to do a warm-up, when you're just like starting to move stuff around, isn't super helpful. Just makes things a little bit harder, slightly more prone to injury, not exactly the comfiest environment for you to be just doing some warming up. So what we're going to do is we're going to try and find a way to reduce the pressure on your vocal folds. Way we're going to do this is as the air is traveling along your vocal tract, we're going to create a barrier. So the air hits that barrier, okay, or at least a partial barrier. So some of the air hits that barrier, some comes through, but some of it hits a barrier and rebounds, just like anything. Just if it hits it, it bounces off, okay? Bounces off, and some of it's going to go back down at vocal tract. So now we have upwards air and downwards air. They meet each other and they cancel each other out, okay? When two forces meet, they cancel each other out, all right? So now that means that your air pressure has reduced around your vocal folds. Does that make sense? I'll go over that once more because sometimes it throws people off a bit. Air pushing upwards, hits the wall, bounces off, starts moving backwards. The backwards air hits the upwards air, and they cancel each other out. Okay, meaning we've reduced the overall air pressure that your vocal folds are under. So now we're in less pressure. They can kind of move around a bit more easily, and we can warm things up in a safer way. Does that make sense? So this graph is just a little graph that shows like how much air pressure is being sent back. Yeah. So my favorite of these, fill the chats with any questions. If that didn't make sense, say so. Really want to make sure you're following along. So my favorite, there's lots of different ways you can do these. My favorite is something called the lip trill. Lip trill sound like this. Pretty simple to do. Usually takes beginners a little bit to figure it out. The trick is if you start off with like how does like a horse sighing sound? That like sort of comically thing that we all do, where a horse sighs, it's kind of like a yeah. Now I want to take that and stabilize it and stop blowing. Okay, so remove the blowing and just okay. And now we just add a note to that. And that's it. That's a lip trill. Okay. So biggest thing that people mess up is blowing a whole bunch. We don't need to blow. It's the exact same as going ah. You're not really excuse me. You're not really blowing when you go ah. Like it doesn't sound like ah. We don't want but all of your air is coming out. We instead just want a really simple, no like pressure being put into it. Yeah. Really, really simple. The less effort you're putting in, the better. All right. And then we just start moving around. And so on and so forth. Just getting a little movement, and then a bigger movement, and then a bigger movement still, where we're going up in pitch and down, then further up and further down, and further up still, and further down still, and you keep going until you've gotten as far as you can get. All right? And that gives us a really nice and full stretch, a really nice workout. And yeah, that's going to increase the blood flow. It's just going to stretch things out so they can move more easily, which is going to be really helpful for what we're doing. This also has a couple of added bonuses in that if you are somebody who happens to be a vocal underdoer, so this is somebody who speaks so little that their actual muscles of their voice have started to weaken and started to atrophy, because just like any muscle, like if you just never picked something up ever, if you've never used your arm at all, eventually your muscles will weaken. Or if you like sit in a chair all day every day and never get up, your muscles are going to start to weaken. And it's the exact same in your voice. If you just don't speak ever, your muscles are going to start deteriorating. And some people are in that situation. You know, I've taught people that because of their voice, they just feel uncomfortable as a trans person. And like vocal dysphoria being vocal dysphoria. I've definitely spoken to people and I've taught people who were vocal underdoers who just couldn't handle using their voice. And this is a problem. If you are in that boat, I really encourage you to just, I know it's uncomfortable, but start using your voice because it does start to weaken, and that's a problem. We need to have that just baseline level of strength, but it's just required for any level of speech. Can't change your voice if there is no voice. So for people that are vocal underdoers, SOVTEs will really help just bring you to that level of where everybody else is at in terms of speech production, where you can just talk for an hour and it's not going to be an issue at all. You're not going to feel physically tired by that. Yeah. If you're unsure if you're a vocal underdoer, usually these are people that speak for like less than an hour a day, every day. And if you're struggling to hold up a 20-minute conversation or like an hour conversation, that's probably a problem. Simple solution: just start doing these SOVTEs every single day, multiple times a day. If you're doing this several times a day for like 30 seconds ish, probably takes about a minute, especially if you're a beginner, of just doing exactly what I was doing. So a little movement, and just building out bigger and bigger movements. If you're doing this regularly throughout the day, this is going to build you back up to be able to use your voice. Okay. Highly recommend it. Yeah. Another little bonus of SOVTEs is if you are somebody who deals with morning voice, SOVTEs will help. So morning voice is caused by, as your vocal tract, well, your mouth and your vocal tract are a hole in your body, obviously, because you have to breathe. And like every hole in your body, like your eyes, like everywhere, like your ears, mucus is produced to help protect that hole. Okay. So as you're breathing in air, we have all of these particulates, we've got bits of dust, potentially we've got pathogens, all of that. Your mucus is there to help just catch all of that, okay, and trap it so you don't actually like have it coming into you. It helps prevent you getting ill, basically, as well as some other benefits. So that mucus is really important, and you're constantly producing it, and you have these little specialized cells called cilia, which have these little hairs on them, basically, and you can think of them as like brushing up all of that mucus, so that it can then come up, and then essentially you swallow it down and produce fresh mucus, and you're just constantly cycling this mucus, so you always have fresh mucus, which is great, and that means that you can stay nice and healthy. There's a problem though. At some point, you're going to be asleep. Like all animals, we sleep. And when we sleep, our cells wind down, which means all of that brushing up of the mucus stops happening so much. You're also not swallowing because you're asleep. So that means all of this mucus is just building up and up and up, and you're still breathing, so all of that dust is still coming in. So you got more and more mucus, and it's getting thicker and thicker and claggier, which means by morning you have all of that thick, claggy mucus that you're then trying to like move around while that's there. Now it's morning voice that goes as your body wakes up, it starts moving all of that stuff and gets rid of it. So it's something that goes away ordinarily, as you already have experienced, hence it's morning voice, not all day voice. But SOVTEs will quickly increase that blood flow and quickly bring in some movement. So it'll just speed up that process. So if you're dealing with morning voice, a really good way to get rid of it is just do SOVTEs until it's gone. And within a few minutes, you won't have morning voice anymore. So if that's something that is annoying for you, that you deal with, then that can really help. So with staying hydrated, any tips are on remembering to drink water? Yeah, get a big old bottle. Really big bottle. My one is a 2-liter bottle, and it has like times on it. And that helps me to know that I am like keeping up with my drinking. What are SOVTEs? So very quick recap. Semi-occluded vocal tract exercises. Oh, your SOVTEs, it's SOVTEs. So that I've got written down there, that's that, if that made sense. You probably just misheard me slightly. So the thing we've been talking about here is what you're asking there. Question: how can you endure doing lip trills a bit more? You're capable of doing lip trills, but I'm losing the air pressure to do it longer in terms of being able to play around while doing them. Do you mean that you're just literally running out of breath on an individual one? So like you can't make it all the way up and down? What's probably happening, kind of, you're probably using up too much air. You're probably blowing too much. So what you want to do is A, relax the lips. Your lips shouldn't be putting in any effort. They're just kind of like, they're like a flag. They're just kind of flapping around in the air. Okay? And if they're not putting any pressure in, then you don't need more air pressure to overcome them. All right? So relax the air and relax the breathing. Okay? It should be the exact same air output as you just going, ah. And you can go ah for quite a while. You can do that for like 40 seconds. So yeah, relax the, put in less air, like by not blowing, and relax the lips so you don't need to put in more air. Okay? Definitely something to play with. It's like if you're new to it, you'll have to play around with it and figure it out, but you'll get the hang of it, don't worry. Yeah. Some of it can help as well if you're struggling to maintain the air pressure. If you're a beginner, you just put a little bit of pressure on your cheeks. And I'm specifically thinking your cheeks, not your lips, okay? Don't put your fingers here. Just a little bit on your cheeks. Your cheeks can kind of act a bit like a balloon, where as you're trying to like have that air pressure, they then stretch out, which then reduces your air pressure. So you end up in this unstable territory where your air pressure is constantly moving around. If you just put a little bit of pressure on your cheeks, you just help stabilize things. You give a more rigid wall to then actually do stuff with. Okay. So if you're struggling and things like cutting in and out, try literally just do that, and that might help you quite a lot. Don't know if it's just me, with anyone else's connection or it's dropping. No, do we have connection issues? Tell me, everybody, do we have connection issues? More music-related question, but you're a soprano and you struggle to sing high notes in your chest voice. Okay, lots of things to go into there, Nivy. So first of all, where you say you're a soprano, I'm going to challenge that and say you're not a soprano, you've trained in soprano, okay? So being a soprano isn't fundamental to you, it's just what you've learned to do. Just like if you're a guitarist because you learned guitar, not because your body is like a guitar body or something. Yeah, that's how that actually works in terms of, so FAC is that soprano, alto, bass, contrabass, whatever. That's all called FAC, F-A-C-H. And it's actually a system that opera houses invented just so they could categorize their singers for ticket sales. And that's all it is. It's just a categorization, and it's entirely a training thing. If you're a soprano, you can learn to become like an alto or a whatever, or a baritone, and vice versa. It's just practice, and learning how to do that. In terms of, so I'm going to change your wording there slightly, Nivy Roo. Chest voice and head voice. I prefer to call it M1 or M2. So if any of you have heard of chest voice, I'm sure some of you have been confused about what does that mean? How does my voice come out of my chest versus out of my head? It's because it doesn't mean anything. These are words that make no sense that have appeared from somewhere for some reason. What's actually happening is this chest voice thing is your vocal folds vibrating in one way, and the head voice thing is your vocal folds vibrating in another way, where they kind of stretch out and get a bit more rigid so they can vibrate faster, so you can get to those higher notes. And yeah, so M1 is like the normal one where they kind of flow. M2 is they get all like stretched out and they go really fast. There's also an M3 as well, whistle register. We don't need to worry about that. Yeah, there'll always be a point where you have to switch into M2. How can you get chest voice up higher? So get M1 higher. You can try playing around with going louder. You can try playing around with something called belting. Singing is not something that I teach. I don't know a lot about singing. I just happen to know little bits. So I happen to know the answer to this question, but generally I won't be able to help you much with that, those kinds of questions. But yeah, Naiviru, look up something called belting. That'll help you to do what you're trying to do there. Also just practice. Cool. Basically, you have a keytar, not a guitar, so you have more control over the sounds that you can produce. Maybe. I don't know enough about those two things to be able to answer that properly. But yeah. Yeah, the soprano alto, it's just a made-up thing that's for ticket sales. It's not like a fundamental, like, this person is born a soprano. That's not a real thing. People have gotten way carried away with that idea. It was literally just German opera houses made it just so they could organize their singers for then ticket sales. That's all it is. Like there's also like there's a whole bunch of them that are literally just like lyric is one of them, and that's just for people that are trained in doing songs that are more emphasis on the words and like the pronunciation, and that's like obviously just practice stuff and training. It's a training skill set. It's not like a description of your body or something. Does not speaking enough affect trill performance? As in struggling, not a stranger doing it? Potentially. If you're a vocal underdoer, you'll find that this is probably quite physically exerting, like going to the gym is, okay? Now, if you're straining, that's a different thing, okay? Nothing we do should ever feel like strain, okay? So it might be tiring to do SOVTEs, specifically if you're a vocal underdoer. For most people, they should not be tiring to do. it's usually a sign that you're doing something wrong. Strain is something else though. If you're feeling a strain, you want to try to release whatever muscle is engaging there. Definitely shouldn't feel like you're straining. Okay. If you feel like you're pushing to get to higher pitches, that's something you want to avoid. Okay. When you're going to higher pitches, it's intuitive to push to get higher and higher and higher. We actually want to do the complete reverse of that, where we're relaxing to get higher. Okay. Seems a bit weird at first, but that's the goal. Okay. So play around with like, how can I stay super relaxed and actually use that relaxation to achieve higher notes. Okay. If you're getting to your max range should be somewhere like in the upper ends of a fifth octave. So like if you're getting to like a G5, A5 area, you'll get that's a decent max. Couldn't figure out how to achieve it. Play with it. Yeah, play around with like adding relaxation as you go to a higher pitch and using that. Like imagine high pitches, they're made of glass. Okay. If you push too much, they're going to break and shatter. All right. Lower pitches, they're steel. You do whatever you want. But higher pitches are made of glass. Okay. If you swing by it right at the end, Zenison, I can take a little look at your specific voice, and we can go over that if you want in the Q&A section. Alrighty. Any other questions at all? Yeah, Eleonora, it sounds like everybody else is having stable connections. So it's probably on your end. Oh, she's already gone. Never mind. Any other questions about SOVTEs, about warming up? Make sure if you go over all of these, by the way, you're playing with it at home, so you can then be able to ask questions and have a go of it. I'll wait for those last questions to come out. I see typing happening. No? Okay, all right. Let's keep going then. Again, if you suddenly think of a question, do still ask it, okay? All right, so let's move on to our first thing of how to actually change your voice, okay? These SOVTEs that are not going to make any change to your voice. All they're doing is giving you a warm-up, creating a safe environment, okay? If you're brand new to voice stuff, I would always recommend just stay on these for a couple of weeks. One, just to figure them out so you know how to do warm-ups, and B, just so that any issues you might have will be, like, because I can't check all of your voices right now. It's a really nice way to make sure that you are nice and healthy, okay? So vocal underdoers, I don't need to worry about whether you're a vocal underdoer if I know that you've been spending a couple of weeks doing these really regularly, because that will certainly reduce that by a significant degree. And yeah, I recommend any beginner, if you're brand new, start here. Get those SOVTEs good, and once they're good, do them for a couple of weeks, okay? And then you're going to start using those as your warm-up. Also, when it comes to practice, for all things, I don't want you like sitting down for an hour of practice. That sucks. That's not something you can do sustainably every day. Certainly not multiple times a day. What I want you doing is little and often, okay? So really, I want people looking for like 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, lots of practices a day. But you just practice for like a minute or so, The person that practices like 8 times a day for a couple of minutes each day is doing so much better than the person that spends an hour a day practicing, okay? Always, always, always little and often, okay? Just keep coming back to it over and over and over again. Look for, like, instead of trying to build a routine, because it's really hard to do, it's hard for everybody to just build routines, especially hard for people with various neurodivergence. Like if you're ADHD like me, it's really freaking hard to create new habits. Just slap it onto habits you already have, Every day you get dressed, hopefully. So while you're getting dressed, you may as well be doing some voice training, because why not? I'm not doing anything else at the time. When you're making food, may as well be doing some voice training. When you're having a shower, may as well be doing some voice training. If you go on walks, may as well be doing some voice training. When you're driving, may as well be doing some voice training. Anything that you do where you could also be voice training, do so. Just find opportunities where you happen to not be using your voice, so you may as well be voice training. That's the best way to do it. That way you're not actually adding any chore. You're just slapping onto things that you already would be doing. From old voice lessons, you also remember a hose in a water bowl. Have you heard of it? Yeah, so something you can do is bubble phonations. Essentially, you take a vessel of water. I recommend a bottle to avoid spilling. And you just water in your bottle, stick a straw into your bottle, and then blow into the straw, and then start doing your notes. So, ooh, 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 but into the straw, and that's the water becomes your occlusion. That becomes the barrier. Okay. So you can try bubble phonations are like the best thing, like blowing into a straw in water, but they're very inconvenient. You need a bottle of water and a straw. You always make a mess. I've never managed to not spill something when doing bubble phonations. They're just inconvenient. So I like lip trills because I know that if I set you lip trills, you will actually do them regularly. By all means, use bubble phonations. They're also probably the easiest thing to do. It's hard to go wrong. You want your straw about an inch or so into the water, like enough that you feel resistance, but not so much that it's hard to overcome the resistance. And yeah, bubble phonations are really, really good. They're the best thing. They're just annoying. And I know that if I set you that to do, you definitely won't do those several times a day. But lip trills, you can always do a lip trill, you know? So that's why I recommend the lip trills, okay? All right, type out the last of your questions. I'm going to pop to the toilet real quick. We'll take maybe a minute break or so before we get into the real stuff, okay? This is what's going to change your voice. All right, I'll be right back. Hello, I return. Okay. Checking for any questions. No questions. All right, let's continue onwards. By the way, this is reminder. This is being live streamed on YouTube. They see the feed. They see what's on my camera. Also, the VOD stays online. So, like, if you wanted to, if you wanted to go back over sections of this, you will be able to afterwards. So if there's a bit that you like missed details of, you can rewatch it. It's totally fine. But do like take notes and stuff and try to pay as much attention as you can. To make sure you're getting as much of this as you possibly could be. All right, let's keep going. All right, so actually changing your voice, changing the gender perception of your voice. This is going to be our very first thing. And this is our vocal weight, also referred to as glottal quotient. Essentially, it's that vocal fold thickening we talked about earlier. All right, so where we have a voice over here, which could be described as kind of thin, kind of light, we could have at the other end a much thicker, meatier voice, which is provided by those thicker vocal folds. Or like if I was to make a voice kind of look over here, we have this very, very thin, very empty sound, very gentle, very soft, very light. Whereas if we have something more like this, it sounds much thicker, much heavier, much meatier, much more of whatever word you would want to use to describe that change. And that's going to be our vocal weight, okay? Sorry, my hair is like super getting in my way right now. Let's get you over here. Okay, sick. Cool. How do we actually control this? Well, we'll go over what glottal quotient means real quick, just in case you are confused by the big word. It's just a maths term. Essentially, the way that this actually is controlled, like what that thickening of the vocal folds is doing, is it affects, as you have that source of a sound, so you have our vibrating, we have that close, open, close, open, close, open, close, open, close, really, really quickly, okay? And if we were to break that down into the individuals, we have a portion of time open and a portion of time closed as we're doing that, okay? And they don't have to be the same portion. They could be like a different percentage. So let's say if, as we have that closed to open back to closed, let's say like 70% of that is spent closed and 30% of that is spent open. We could then describe that as a quotient. It's just a maths term. It's just describing a percentage as a number, as a decimal. So 70% would be 0.7. So a 0.7, say, open quotient means a 0.3 closed quotient because it adds up to 1. Just think of it as a percentage. Yeah, vocal weight is controlled by what our quotient is. So if we have a heavier voice has a open quotient of about 0.3, so a closed quotient of about 0.7. Sorry, flip that. That would be crazy. An open quotient of about 0.7, a closed quotient of 0.7. Oh my gosh, I am losing my mind. Open is the big one, okay? Open quotient of 0.7, closed of about 0.3. That would be a lighter weight. And then a open quotient of about 0.6 and a closed quotient of about 0.4. So a slightly higher closed quotient would give you a more heavy voice. I feel like I stumped all over that. Point is, if you hear increasing the closed quotient, that's going to get us heavier. Increasing the open quotient is going to get us lighter. All right? It's just our proportion of like how much time we spend open versus closed as we're doing these vibrations. You don't need to worry about the details of that. Just a term you'll see around. So I want to give you what that means. In terms of what we actually do, okay, how do we actually control this thing in terms of you controlling the thing? What we're going to be using is weight has this really interesting connection with pitch in that it's easier to get to higher pitches at a lighter weight, and it's only possible to get to the lowest pitches with a heavier weight. So we can use that to help set our weight. So if you were to start moving your pitch upwards, you'll start to notice your pitch starting to shed. If I start from an intentionally heavier space, you'll hear this happening, okay? Do you hear how I started with this really buzzy, thick sound? And then at the end, we have this really smooth, gentle sound, very thin sound. Yeah? Do everybody hear that happening? Everybody feel like they understand that we're going from a heavier place to a lighter place as that pitch moves? Play around with it yourself at home. You'll notice this happens on its own. Just keep going higher and higher and higher, and eventually you will have a nice, light, thin sound. And people often don't go quite high enough when they first try this. Go high, okay? Get yourself into that M2, that head voice. You can hear how incredibly thin this voice is. Yeah? So that gives us our lighter weight, if we're going for a lighter weight. Now, problem. We're at a lighter weight now, but our pitch is way off. We have this crazy high pitch. Nobody speaks at pitches like that. Okay? That's like, nobody does that. There's probably one or two people that do that, but generally, nobody speaks at these crazy, crazy high pitches. So we need to bring that back down again. This is where the tricky bit comes in. We've used our pitch imagine you've got like a mix board. You've used our pitch to help change our weight. Now we want to keep the weight where it is while putting our pitch back again. Okay? So we're going to bring that pitch back down to where it was. Okay? Just to a normal speaking pitch for you. And we're going to try and keep our weight as the same while we do that. And that's going to create our new sound. Okay? So do you hear how I now have a very new sound compared to where I started with that where I had a sound more like this? Does that make sense? So you have that really buzzy start, that really thick, meaty start. We're going to use pitch to help shed the weight. And then once it's shed, we're going to put our pitch back again. So all that's actually happened in the end is just a change in weight. Okay? And now we have our end product where we have a voice like this, which is nice and thin, nice and light, nice and gentle. It's not got that meaty buzziness. Does that make sense, everybody? And obviously after you finish your drill, you try to continue that exact same sound into some talking. Have a little play with it. Tell me what you've heard, what you encounter. If you're a masculizer, do we have any masculizers today? Let me know in chat. Any masculizers today? We'll still go over either way, just for the VOD. But do we have any masculizers today? It's so rare that I get masculizers, so we probably don't have any. If you're masculizing, we're using the same principle to take us the other direction. Okay, so we're going to go from a really, our normal pitch or maybe a slightly higher pitch, trying to be a bit lighter, and we're going to drag our pitch down. And eventually, as we're dragging our pitch down, we're going to come across this thing called the grave zone. Okay, and it's where our voice gets really like muddy and thick and claggy. You'll see what I mean as I do it. Okay. Just try to go as low as you can possibly go. If you think you're at the bottom, go lower. Go just really get that pitch down, okay? So we have that really, really crazy sound coming through. And that has a few different things going on, but one of the important things is it has that buzzy sound, okay? Now, you might have some vocal fry coming in, but like, So it's popping, that's vocal fry. It's a different thing. But just for now, if you're a new beginner, just try to take as much as you can from that grave and bring it back up in pitch, okay? And now I have a much heavier sound, that much thicker, meatier sound again. We brought it up from that grave, okay? And that's how you get the heavier voice. So if you're masculizing, we want to go heavier. If we're feminizing, we want to go lighter, okay? If you drag all of that fry up with you, that's fine. Just drag as much of that sound as you can from that grave into your normal speaking pitch. Then as you get good at that, try to polish it up, okay? So try to remove that vocal fry again, so it just sounds buzzy, okay? And that just comes with practice. Okay, any questions about anything we've covered there at all? Anyone had a go and they're struggling with part of it? Some of the common struggles that we come into, some of the problems that people have is usually on the going lighter. People sometimes muddle up the sound we're making and they go breathier instead. So if you've got a sound more like this, excuse me, if you've got a sound more like this, where we're going really, really breathy with it, this isn't what we're going for, okay? We don't want this really, really breathy sound. All of that air coming through, we don't need it. We don't need any of that breathiness. You can hear my voice now. None of that breathiness is needed. If you happen to like a breathy voice and you're going for that, right now, try to go non-breathy just to make sure you're not muddling the two up, and you can do a lightweight that isn't breathy. And then once you're good at that, you can bring that breathiness back in as just a feature that you like. But we definitely don't need to be breathy. It's a personal choice. It's up to you. And it's a different thing to vocal weight. Okay. The other thing is loudness. Both masculizers, feminizers, androgenizers, everybody have issues with loudness sometimes, where they'll muddle getting a lighter voice with a quieter voice, or a heavier voice with a louder voice. Okay, none of this has to impact our loudness. We can be really, really light as someone with a light. We can be very loud with a light vocal weight. Like if I'm going like, hey over here, I'm yelling quite loud now. I'm yelling really loud. My neighbors can hear me, but I was still quite light, quite gentle. Okay. In the same way, if I go like really, really heavy, I could be pretty heavy while also being quite quiet. Obviously, there is a limit to the extremes, but like generally speaking, you can be very, very heavy and also be very, very quiet. So none of this has a significant impact on loudness. There's a slight thing in that there is an association where as you get louder, your weight increases a little tiny bit, but it can be so little that it's barely perceptible. Okay, we're very, very efficient with that. In a tiniest adjustment of weight that you don't even notice can get you to yelling. Okay, and again, barely reducing your weight can get you to a nice and quiet voice. If you're the other way around. So loudness shouldn't be affected by this. Everybody should be able to speak at their normal loudness. They should be able to project. They should be able to be quiet. Whatever you want to do, loudness shouldn't be affected at all. Okay. So if you're going for a lightweight, make sure you can yell. If you're going for a heavyweight, make sure you can still speak quietly. And that means you haven't muddled the two up. And then lastly, on the people that are masculizing, usually, people that are trying to go with a heavier weight, sometimes we have people like tensing up and like getting really, really tense over here. We can hear this sounds really, really tense now. This is something called hyperadduction, where our vocal folds are like mashing themselves up against each other really, really hardcore. It'll also affect your breathing. We want to avoid that, okay? Again, nothing should feel really effortful. I do sometimes run into people both lightweighting, like going for a lightweight and going for a heavier weight, where sometimes they'll do the opposite of a hyperabduct, which is just you get this really strained, raspy voice. So if you're making a voice kind of like this isn't what we're going for, okay? That kind of old woman or old man voice, we don't want to get any of that, okay? So any voice like this, really stay away from, because that's creating a lot of tension. If it's overdone, you can cause some damage making voices like that. So really nice and gentle. Again, physical effort shouldn't be required for any of this. All right? Does that make sense to everybody? Does everybody understand how we do this? So that's for pitch hill, for feminizers, pitch trough, for masculizers. There are some other exercises that you can do, but none of them come close to being as good as a pitch hill and a pitch trough. I guess I'll very briefly run through them, but they're not. They all have their issues that the pitch hill and pitch trough don't have. If you're somebody that is good with mimicry, you can try playing around with an ASMR voice. If you're doing an ASMR voice like this, then this is going to typically require a lighter weight. Something that's really common of ASMR voices is a very, very light weight. However, you'll also notice that it's quite a quiet voice, and so it's easy to muddle up loudness when doing this exercise. So just try to do like ASMR but loudly, and that'll get you to a very, very light weight. You can also play with like sports announcer voice on the other side. They try to be very energetic, very heavy, very rough with it. So like, hey, we have touchdown. Oh my God, things to do with sports. I don't know what sports people say, but and this is happening, and this is happening, and oh my God, they scored. Sports announcer can help you get into the heavier weights. Again, also tends to be really loud, and so there's that muddle up. Not a fan of it, but you can play around with it if you want to. You can also play with, like, imagine you have something really cute in your arms, like a little kitten or a little baby or whatever. And you're just going to have two of them. Little baby, little kitten, little puppy, whatever it is for you. Okay? And when we're doing this, like, that's typically going to produce a really, really light weight. Okay? Now, we also tend to go a little bit quiet. So, again, watch out for the loudness factor. But, and we're just going to try and talk like that. We're just going to try and talk like that. And that's going to produce our lighter weight. Again, not perfect, and different people coo differently. So for most people, they'll do it like that, but some people actually coo totally differently. So if you coo like that, then that can help you. And then the grossed out thing. Imagine that baby has just been sick on you, or the puppy or the kitten has just bitten you. Gross baby. Ow, kitten. Get off, get off, get off. And that's going to produce our heavier weight. However, again, it's also kind of going to give you some shouting as well. So make sure you bring that loudness back down again and just keep that like buzzy, meaty, thick, aggressive sound that comes from that kind of thing. Again, has issues, but you can use it if you want to. And then we have the yawn voice. This one only works for the feminizers, unfortunately. So it's definitely not my favorite exercise. But if you just give a big old yawn, and then kind of talk like that, you end up with a pretty instant light voice. It is just kind of set for you. You don't really control it, so you're not building up as much understanding, but it kind of gives you just a little introduction to it if you need it. Again, I'm not a fan of either of these three. I much prefer the pitch hill, pitch trough. That's what I use in my lessons. But if you need it, you can play with it, just to give you some variation. But really, pitch hill, pitch trough, it's where it's at. It's what I use in all of my teaching. Okay, any last questions before we move on from weight? And does everybody feel like they understand it? Additional demonstration of pitch hill? Yeah, of course. And pitch trough. So the pitch hill, we're going to be going for, start off at a slightly lower pitch. And if you can manage it, go for a slightly heavier weight, just so you can really experience it shedding. And you're going to start off increasing your pitch and just actually monitoring as you do and noticing your weight shedding and the voice sounding lighter, almost on its own. And try to like be a part of that and engage with it actively. So we notice here, I have this really, really high pitched voice, but it's also very gentle. It's very soft, but it's of this really, really high pitch. So now we need to bring it back down again. So now I still have that very, very gentle voice, but I also have brought the pitch back down to a normal place. So you want to raise your pitch, use that to help you shed weight, and then keep your weight nice and light as you go back down to a normal speaking pitch. Now, for some people, if you happen to speak at a really low pitch, we're talking like somewhere in the lower end of a second octave, you may have to bring your pitch up a little bit to be able to actually get back to a, like as you're going down, you might not be able to go all the way back to where you were before. That's only for the people that specifically have like very low pitched voices. A lot of you aren't going to need to worry about that. It's only if you are like if you naturally speak at, I don't know, like maybe like a G2 or lower, there you might have to make some adjustments. Because you probably only get to about an A2 while keeping a light weight. Because remember, the lowest pitches require a heavier weight, okay? Eventually your voice will just cut out. So for those few individuals that do have a really, really low pitch voice, you may have to bring it up a bit just to accommodate the weight. But then from there, you can put your pitch wherever you want it to be. It can still be a low pitch voice, but there might just be a slight limit of how low you can go while keeping the light weight. And you can play that on your own. Okay, and we also have the pitch trough. So again, because our lowest pitches require a heavier weight, that means if we make ourselves go to as low as possible, we will get a heavier weight because the only way you can get to those pitches. So we keep going until our voice gets weird, all right? And we enter that grave zone. And we bring that pitch back up to a normal speaking level while having all of that, or dragging that grave back into our voice at those higher pitches. Definitely a little trickier for the pitch trough people. It'll take a bit of practice to like bring all of that sound back up to a normal speaking pitch, but you'll manage. You can definitely manage. Okay, any other questions? Yeah, Liv, no worries at all. Any other questions from anybody? let's move on then. Again, if you still have questions or you suddenly think of one while we're on the next slide, do just say it and we'll just go over your question real quick. Alrighty, so here gets the fun bit, okay? Weight, most people have a relatively easy time with it. It can vary from person to person, but it's usually the easier of the two, because this next bit is incredibly difficult, but also produces the biggest change, okay? So if you are on this journey and you got into this stage, okay? But in terms of the order you do things, we're going to start off with those SOVTEs, okay? Once you've got the SOVTEs and you've been doing them for a couple of weeks, you move on to weight, and then it's just a matter of doing it until you're good at it, okay? Once you've mastered weight, once you completely can do it and it's easy for you, then move on to size, okay? Don't move on to size until it's easy for you to do weight. It's like not a problem at all, all right? So, for doing size, this is going to make the biggest change to your voice, okay? Really, really dramatic change. This is you're going to start being quite happy with things as you change your size. So remember, we have that power source filter model. That filter, okay, sound exists in a space and it takes on the shape of that space, all right? Now the size of that is going to change the sound. So as our larynx expanded and dropped down a bit, our size changed, okay? The size of that container changed. Or the resonator got bigger, okay? Changing the resonance, okay? That bouncing around is what resonance is, all right? Some people call this larynx height because obviously as testosterone has been exposed to the larynx, it dropped down, okay? So like the height changed, and that's what we're going to be doing. So just to make sure we're super understanding that conceptual stuff, and to really show that you already kind of understand this thing, because this can be a little confusing at first. Take a listen to this sound, okay? All of you take a really good listen. We're going to call this sound A, all right? You hear that okay? All right. Now I'm going to make another sound. Well, carefully keeping it off camera. This is sound B. Okay. Which one was bigger? Sound A or sound B? What do you think? Just take a guess. Just intuitively. Which one was bigger? Got somebody saying B? Any other guesses? Or any more guesses? What do we think, people? YouTube chat, you haven't been saying much. What do we think? Which one's bigger, A or B? Got a couple more people saying B? Yeah, the answer is B. Even though you couldn't see that, and I didn't even tell you what size really means, you already know that. You already have an intuitive understanding that B was bigger. And you're right. A was my ukulele. And B was my acoustic bass guitar, which I can't even fit on camera. Okay? So literally, physically in space, B is bigger than A. The B was a big bass guitar, A was a little ukulele. So this really shows this actual physical like thing happening in the world that is reflecting that sound. That sound. Okay? For the musicy people among you, you might have noticed that was the exact same note. So pitch didn't change. This other thing changed. The size changed. Okay? Or the resonance changed. Because that sound, I was tapping on the body, and that tapping is our source, and then the sound bounces around the body of the ukulele or the bass. So that's the filter being applied as it then exits, and you hear the sound. Okay? So you could actually tell already a bigger filter compared to a smaller filter, and it sounds bigger or smaller. You yourselves have just described it as sounding bigger or sounding smaller. So that's why I like to use the term size. You could also say resonance. You could say like brighter or darker. And yeah. And then obviously it's controlled by the larynx height. Like a higher up larynx is going to create a smaller space. Lower larynx is going to create a larger space. So that's why people say larynx height. We can even do that tapping test. Here's where things are going to get weird. Okay? Take a look into this. See if I can do this while also being on camera nice and well. Okay, notice this. You can see the larynx literally moving up and down and that changing the sound as I tap on it. That's how we're creating the source by the tapping. Okay, that's like the vocal folds, and the filter is everything else. Very cool. Okay, now to really start breaking your brains, okay, and really show you that this isn't pitch, okay, here's a note. Here's the same note. Oh. You hear that? Do you hear how the note stayed totally monotonous? It didn't change, but something else changed. E. You notice how the note isn't changing at all? Maybe it wiggled a little bit if I was a little bit rubbish at it, but we have this huge change in sound. That's size, that's resonance, okay? That's what it sounds like, okay? Pitch is like, that's all resonance or size, okay? Wonder if a slide whistle might make a good demonstration. It could work too. It'd be the exact same as doing you would just be whistling instead. I don't know how to whistle because I just never learned how to whistle, so I can't demonstrate it for you, I'm afraid. But you can play with it on your own, I suppose. Yeah. So that's what size is. Now, how do we control this? What am I doing when I do this? All right. What I want you all to try at home is try panting like a big dog. Just how does a big dog pant? I'll give you a second to play with that. Imagine like a big German Shepherd. How does a big German Shepherd pant? You probably just made a sound, something like this. No, but right. That's how a big old dog pants. Now, if I ask you, what does it sound like when a little dog pants? Like a little Chihuahua or Pomeranian. How do they sound when they pant? I'll give you a second to think about that. Do this like in your house. Do it in front of you now. What does it sound like when a little dog pants? A little Pomeranian. Probably just made it sound like. And that's right. What you just did there was resonance, was size, was larynx height. Okay? Literally, you can see it. Yeah? Boom, we just did it. Okay? Now, problems. If we're being more specific, what a bunch you probably just did is different words. That's a problem. I don't want all of your O's to turn into as. I don't want all of your as for masculizers to turn into O's. I need you to be able to say all the words you want to be able to say. Okay? You want to be able to be a masculizer and still say happy instead of hoppy. You want to be a feminizer and be able to say on instead of an. That's going to get very confusing if you can't do that. So, and the problem we have there is warping. All right. So we have our vocal tract, and the whole thing is applying a filter. But we don't want to change all of the filter, the whole tube, because our mouth is part of that filter, and we're already using that for saying words and stuff. So we don't want any of our words and stuff to be changed. We want it to be all stuff before that, the larynx, okay? A little bit of a pharynx, but we'll save that for another slide. All right? So our words shouldn't be changing. Our sound shouldn't be, well, think of like, think about how you'd spell that. Ho, H-O, ha, H-A, okay? We don't want the O to turn into an A or anything like that. Instead, we want it to stay consistent. So I use a slightly modified version of a big dog, little dog exercise where we're going to use actual words, okay? So first of all, notice how when you do your big dog pant, you're actually just whispering the word ho. Like if you whisper the word ho, it's the same thing, okay? Which means we could whisper something else. So we do that same big dog thing, but we'll whisper the word pot, for example. Pot, 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 pot. Pot, pot, pot. Yeah? Does that make sense to everybody? And from there, we'll take that pot and we'll start going to the little dog. Pot, 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 pot. Pot, 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 pot. Pot, 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 pot. Yeah? So you can do the same thing, but be using a specific word. And that's really helpful because that means we can actually hear the spelling. All right? So if you're going pot, pot, pat, 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 that's a problem. We don't want to be saying pat at the end of it. But if you're going pot, 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 where it stays a pot all the way to the end, that's perfect. That's what we want. Does that make sense? And you do this with a whole bunch of different words. You should do this with a whole bunch of different words. So like, doing well at pot, okay, try cheese. Cheese, 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 cheese. Try just any little word where it's just a vowel is like most of a word. Like a little syllable with a vowel in it, okay? But go aim for a real word so you're like thinking about the actual word, okay? Cat. Dog. Other little words. Do. Anything like that. Tip. And as we get to that little dog sound, that's going to reduce our size and bring us to that more feminized voice, okay? Or if we go the other way, we go from the little to the big, that's going to get us to our more masculized voice. Tip, 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 tip. Just make sure that word stays the same, okay? What will usually happen is people will warp that vowel and change it into something new. So we go like that sounds different to tip. You want to make sure the word stays the exact same, okay? Does that make sense to everybody? It's tricky to do and it takes a lot of practice. This on its own is going to take you a long time to figure out. It's really difficult to do, okay? Take your time with it. Really go slow, all right? If you start getting confused and you're like, wait, is this a tip or is this tup? What am I? Oh, it's all starting to sound the same. Stay where you are and start separating them. Tip, tup, tip, tup, tip, tup, tip, tup. Intentionally go back and forth between saying tip and saying tup until they start to sound like different words again, and then continue with the tips, okay? Does that make sense to everybody? Yeah? Yes? No? Maybe? Hello? Is that making sense, everybody? So we go for, yeah, nice. So once we start getting our ability to actually move things around bigger and smaller without changing a word, we're then going to bring it into our voice. It's no good just masculizing or feminizing your whisper. You've successfully done that, well done. But now we need to take it into our voice, okay? We'll do, I don't know, pot. Pot. Okay, so you want to do, get yourself to as small as you can go or as large as you can go, depending on which way you're trying to get to. And then do a really long one. Really sit on it. Make sure, is this where I wanted it to be? Is it still as small as I want it to be? Okay, yeah. And then just bring the sound in. Pot. Okay. Now, what's really common, and a lot of you probably just did it right now, is accidentally changing your pitch alongside it. Pot. Or like, pot. Or something like that. We don't need any of that. Keep things to a normal pitch. Pot. 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 Because the pitch is a completely different thing. None of what we're doing here is pitch. When those whispers are changing, your brain might get confused and think, oh, we're going for like higher pitch and lower pitch whispers. But that's not a real thing. When you're whispering, your vocal folds stay open. That's how you make a whisper. Remember earlier I said the source of our sound is from the vocal folds open and closing. And that's how we add a pitch. But if we just say open, we've kind of skipped that. So we don't have that pitch, and we're just hearing the filter. Okay? We've just got power, filter. And that's what you're hearing. So the change isn't a pitch change, because it can't be a pitch change. Our vocal folds are open. How could there be pitch? So, isn't me getting to a higher pitch, it's me getting to a smaller size. Pitch doesn't exist at that stage. Technically it does, but like for our purposes, it doesn't exist. The change that's happening has nothing to do with pitch. Okay, because the vocal folds aren't doing anything. They're not creating a pitch. Yeah? There is no source. You're just hearing air moving through a filter. I know that's really confusing to start with. As time goes on, that'll become more intuitive for you. But you can at least understand on a logical level that because our vocal folds aren't vibrating, they're just staying open, they're not producing a pitch, so the change you're hearing can't be a pitch change because there's nothing creating that pitch change. Yeah? Does that make sense to everybody? So try not to end up going in at a super crazy pitch. If you're struggling with that, try to like set a pitch. I would say like F sharp 3 or F3 or G3 or somewhere around there. That's a pretty good place to aim. Like it's unlikely that you'll accidentally like warping your pitch or doing something crazy with your pitch if you're going for an F3. It's a very normal pitch. Like it's not that low, it's not that high. It's a very middle-ish pitch. Okay. So now that we have brought this into our voice, doing a phonation test. So phonation is the process of your vocal folds starting to create a sound. Okay, they're phonating. So when you bring sound in, you're phonating. We do that phonation test. Pot. And now we try to maintain that change as we go through our speaking. So anything we do a drill, and then we speak. The whole point is to do the drill, and then keep going into the talking. Okay? And whenever you're talking, I don't want you reading lines. No rainbow passages, no counting, no saying the days of the week. That's rubbish, because that's just training your reading voice, okay? No more rainbow passages, all right? I know it's cool, we all like rainbow passage, but trash, throw it away. I just want you talking. Just ramble, say what you've been up to that day, say what your plans are for the next day, say what your other plans are for this day. Or talk about your favorite video game. Just talk about whatever, just out loud to yourself for your practicing, okay? No more reading. Because we don't want to train your reading voice. We want to train just your voice. So you'll have your most natural voice when you're just talking about anything. Does that make sense? The other common thing I have here, this is where I really often get people trying to control their body. I really can't stress enough. do not try to control anything over here. Don't try to control stuff. Just think about the sound you're making, okay? Am I making a small sounding pot or cat or cheese or whatever word you're working with? If yes, great. Or am I large sounding if you're going for large, okay? But don't try to control your body. Don't be thinking, is my larynx moving up? Am I doing this to my neck? Am I doing that to my neck? I don't want any of that, okay? Because that usually is where tension comes in, all right? If you are experiencing some tension, it'll depend on what it is for your solution. If it's a tension that's just like locking up some of your muscles so you can't really move really easily, I had that. I had the back of my neck would tense up because my teacher never taught me this. If the back of your neck is tensing up or like something else is tensing up, try to just move whatever it is that's tensing as you do the drill. So back of my neck, I did this. Okay? As you make that movement, whatever this like tag-along muscle that's decided to come along, by using it, you stop it from being able to tense. Because if it's tensing, you can't move around as much. So if you get a little tag-along tension, if there's a muscle that's completely unrelated that is just tensing because it thinks it's part of it, even though it's not, because you're telling it that it's part of it, then try and relax it, try and move it around. You can even give it like a little massage to help you relax that tension and teach your brain that no, that's a completely unrelated thing. That's nothing to do with it. That's like tensing my arm at the same time. It's like, it's nothing to do with it. It's just a little mistake your brain's made. So you've got tension. It's really, really common. Try to release that tension, okay? That's super helpful to find out if you're tense or not. Yeah. If you're, you'll feel if you're tense or not. Like you'll feel that you're tense. But if you are tense, really good way to release that tension is just get it moving, you know? Is you paranoid about, sorry, you're not going to not know if you're tense. Like if you like tense up your arms now, you're never going to not notice that, you know? Yeah. Okay. Any questions about this size stuff? I call it size. If you call it resonance, that's totally fine too. Or larynx height, or whatever. I try to avoid the term larynx height just because it gets people to start thinking about moving the height of their larynx. I'm like, don't worry about that. Just think about sound. Can you recommend using word/vowel pairs to practice vowel differentiation at size extremes? Are there lists that already exist for this purpose? Kind of, but you can just tell for yourself. So let's say if when you do, what word should we use? Wood. Let's say if you're going through and you go, make a recording so you can listen to the end and listen to the start. You notice, oh, my wood is becoming a wad. Okay, that's the pair. That's what you want to differentiate. So then, as you're going along, wood, wad, wood, wad, wood, wad, to like separate them out again and make sure you're moving on the woods. Okay? And you're not becoming a wad. So it's more just whatever it is that's happening for you. But the common ones are going to be like pot usually becomes a pat. Cheese usually becomes like a chiz. We have kind of like, if I say a, e, are kind of small vowels, and o, u, are kind of big vowels. You should have an intuitive kind of vibe of what I mean there. And it's usually just, as we're going smaller, we accidentally shift into a smaller vowel instead of using our current vowel. Or as we're going larger, we accidentally shift into a larger vowel instead of a vowel we were trying to use. So often a becomes o, or becomes a, becomes e, or something like that. E becomes e becomes u, stuff like that. Yeah. But you just have a play with it. Like if it's happening, no becoming chiz or wood. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, certainly if you're on a made-up word, then it's probably not what you meant to do. This is one where really making recordings can help, Because in the moment, you might not actually realize you did it, even if it's a completely different sound. Like I've had people in lessons go from a full-on pot, to a full-on pat and not realize they did it. And that's because your brain is like trying to trick you. Then as you listen back over it, you're like, oh. Or even when they listen through it, they don't notice it. But if I then say, okay, play the first second and then play the last second, then it's like, oh, this is like a completely different word. How did I not notice that? Because your brain's trying to trick you. It's trying to like cheat, and it's trying to tell you, no, I did it right. I promise I did it right. And it's just trying to fool you. It's gaslighting you. So you can use that to help you out. Like, no. These are different sounds. So make recordings big time and listen back to them. And then also, whenever you're in any doubt, go back and forth between the sounds you're warping to and the sounds you meant to do. Like intentionally go back and forth between them so that where your brain is mushing together, you can separate them back out. Okay? And force your brain to recognize that these are different words. Yeah? Because remember, we're not trying to change your word, we're trying to change your voice. Your words stay the same, because otherwise you won't be able to talk properly. That's how you get that really natural voice. All right? Any other questions on this? No questions? I hope that means that everybody is super on board and knows exactly how to do this then, and exactly what they're doing. Because if you have questions, you should be asking them. There are no bad questions, only good questions. All right, let's keep moving then. The yawn voice thing that I put here. Again, so this one only works for masculizers. A quick way to just increase your size is just by doing a yawn. And then we have this really, really large sound that's created by doing a yawn. Again, it sets you to a lighter weight because it is just a sound, but it does create a larger voice. Now, tends to introduce some warping too. It's very rigid. It just kind of does like an instant one thing. You don't really get to understand what you're doing. So I'm not a fan of it, but it can be a little thing that the masculizers can use just to touch on it. Again, not a fan though. Stick with your whispered words, really. Or if you're going to use the yawn voice, just use it for an initial like, oh, okay, and then go back to whispers. So you can actually control this. All right. Okay, let's keep going. So we talked about size just now, and a bunch of you have been playing with it. And as you get really good at it, you'll kind of notice that like you can definitely go smaller, but it's kind of hard to get as small as you want to get to. It feels like there's a ceiling that you reach. Now, really do play with it, because you're probably gonna like, you need to actually get your actual ceiling and not just your first go of it ceiling. So really play with it. Really see how far you can take it. But you might notice that some of you will find like, yeah, I can get all the way where I wanted to get. But some of you won't quite be able to do that. And we have this other layer to this. Size can kind of be split into like our main size stuff, and then this specialist extra little booster called OPC or OPE. Okay? Essentially, could Mike's be muted, please. If we go into, excuse me, if we go look at that GIF at the bottom there, it's over here-ish somewhere. Yeah, it's pointing to it. Yeah, over there. Okay, the image is flipped for me. At the bottom there, next to the rules, you can see this GIF, and inside of there, first of all, you can see those little claw things. Yeah, at the side of his mouth, or like near the back, but towards the sides is his claws. Okay. I want you to ignore those. There's also this sort of dangly thing that's moving, going back and forth. Ignore that too. That's the uvula. Behind all of those, do you see there's this archway? And it's kind of expanding and narrowing. Yeah? That archway is called the palatopharyngeal arch. You do not need to memorize that. But that thing there makes a difference to the size, okay? Now, the main thing it's responsible for is, earlier I mentioned that like a, e are kind of smaller sounds, and o, u, are kind of larger. In terms of those vowels, we can split the vowels into larger and smaller ones, which is why we accidentally warp. And it is part of that mechanism. It's part of how you create a larger vowel and a smaller vowel. So we can kind of use this as a little nifty way to get an extra little boost of smallness by making we can have our large is still going to be for larger ones, and a small is still going to be smaller ones, but all of them can collectively get a bit smaller or get a bit bigger. Still having the same difference between them, but collectively they can shift. Okay? And that's going to give us a big old punch past that ceiling that you felt like you've experienced and get us to our final stage of feminizing or masculizing. Okay? Where we get that little boost into like, it just sips us over into like, and there we've got it. Yeah? So in terms of the sound here, I want you to listen to, we'll do this in whispers. Listen to, as I do this set of pots, I'm going to kind of split it apart a little bit. I'm going to start off doing my core size. I'm going to get as much out of that stuff we've just been doing before, with a big pot, little pot, as much as I can get out of that. And then I'm going to like hit a ceiling. You'll hear me hit that ceiling. And then it almost sounds like I get past that ceiling, but I did it differently. Almost like I'm like going up the stairs of a building. When I get to the top floor, and like there's nowhere else to go. And then I like go through the window or something, and I climb on top of a house. So it sounds smaller, but in a new way. Okay? Probably makes no sense. Listen to what I'm doing. Okay? Listen to what happens. Did you all hear that? How we were getting smaller, and then it seemed like I couldn't get any smaller. And then I did a new thing, and got even smaller, but like in this new way. I'll do it again, just for those that didn't quite click, and I'll do like a little visual cue of when I've done it. Did you hear it that time? You'll kind of notice that even if you're not really sure how to describe what just happened, something happened there.
Jai Bari Flanagan subscribed to the channel.
Yo, thank you so much for subscribing. That's so nice of you. Thank you. You'll notice that something happened there. You don't really know how to describe it, and you might be confused by it, but you know it happened. Like as we're going smaller, we started going smaller but differently. Let me know in chat. You hear it? Not sure you're getting very stuff. Yeah, don't worry about knowing how to reproduce it yet. I haven't taught you how to do it yet. But can you hear that it exists? So don't worry about what I did or how I did it, but can you hear it? Yeah? Okay. That thing there was a plate of pharyngeal arch kind of doing something. Sounds lighter? Whatever word you would use to describe it. We don't really have a good word for describing what I just did there. We can also hear it. This is where it's going to get even weirder. If I say the sentence, E speaking from E, okay, I'm going to say that sentence, and then I want you to listen to something about that E staying in as I keep talking, even though I'm not necessarily saying the word E. Okay? Again, super confusing. Something about that E is retained without the E. Okay? Listen to me do it. E speaking from E, and then as I keep going, something about that E sound is still there, even though I'm saying words that don't even include E. Like the word though definitely doesn't include any E, or like word doesn't include anything about E. And yet, in all of my speech now, all of a sudden, we can kind of hear something about that E sound in all of my talking. Do you notice it? Do you hear what I'm meaning? Even if you can't describe it, or you don't know how to do it, but do you hear that something about that E, but you have no idea what to call it or how to describe it? Something happened there. We'll now do the opposite, and you can really start to notice it. Or, speaking from or, and then something about that or sound is now like permeating my voice, and it's hard to really describe what that means. Like, I can say word mean, and mean definitely hasn't got an or in it, and yet we can hear that my voice has now changed in some way. With that or, we can hear the or still in my words, even though I'm not saying the word or words that don't include anything about the sound or. And then back to E, speaking from E, and you can hear in my words something about that E sound is there. It sounds like, and it sounds like it's from the E sound, but I'm saying words that don't have E in it. It's weird, but you can hear that it's happening. Yeah? You get a kind of an idea of this. And don't worry about how to do it yet. Just, can you hear that this exists? You don't even need to know how to describe it. You're just like, I don't know what that is, but I did hear it. That's what I'm looking for right now. Because this is a really confusing thing. And we don't really have like words in the English language to actually describe what just happened. But you'll know something just happened. Yeah? And that's going to be that last little thing I'm going to teach you how to do, to really take us over the edge and bring us into a feminine voice or a masculine voice. Feels like something sharpness was also targeting with me without me realizing it over time. Excuse me, sorry. If you're referring to sharpness as in like what they call it over in trans voice lessons, that's a different thing that they're referring to. If you're just saying to you, it just sounds like something's getting sharper, then yeah, sure, whatever it sounds like to you. But we can hear something happened. So essentially what I did there is E is the smallest of our vowels. And so I shifted all of my speech to as small as that E was. Okay? Very difficult to do, and it takes a lot of practice. But or is the largest of the vowels, so I shifted all of my speech to be the same size of or, and like everything's relative difference moved over to there, where that was now the average. All right? So what you want to do, there's a couple of ways you can approach this. The first one, this is one that I'm moving towards liking more, but you play with both these, but I think I prefer doing it this way. So as you're doing, and before you try to do any of this, you need to have already mastered, already be really bang on with vocal weight and have that not a problem, and already be bang on with size and have that not a problem. You're getting like as small as you possibly go, you're not warping, all of this is bang on, and it just feels like you're hitting the ceiling. But outside of that, everything is like bang on, yeah? Then we move on to this stuff, because otherwise it's going to get very, very tricky very, very quickly. What we want to try and do is take, we'll switch from part just so we're not using the same word over and over again. Let's say we'll do, I don't know, good. So if we're doing a big good, little good, we'll do our big good, little good. Then we get to as small as we can get it. We're just going to say the sentence, E speaking from E. Okay, notice what happens when I do that. So we're going to whisper the sentence, E speaking. So we keep whispering, but instead of saying good, we try to stay as small as we are, or we just say E speaking from E. And notice how, for some reason, it almost sounds like a brand new voice in a whisper. E speaking from E. Do you notice how we suddenly were a totally different voice where we did the E speaking from E? Yeah? E speaking from E. Almost sounds like it's a few notes higher. Now remember, this isn't pitch. So there are no notes. You're not hearing notes there. You're hearing sizes. But it does sound like it's gotten a bit smaller. Yeah. Very strange. Very confusing. Yeah, okay, yeah, fair enough. Try to avoid like describing it in terms of notes, because that'll reinforce like you getting confused between pitch and size. But yeah, it does. It sounds different and it sounds smaller. So what you then want to do is use that. That's that OPC happening. Okay, that's you getting like there. Now you just had a feminized voice. But you only got one sentence. So go through again. Get to that E speaking from E, and then see if you're going to keep doing pots, but at that same new voice. Okay. Oh no, Woods wasn't it? Oh, good. Yeah? And that kind of like catapults us into this new territory where all of a sudden everything's way smaller and just very different. And that change, that's OPC happening. Okay? That's that platopharyngeal arch getting smaller. Yeah? Definitely requires practice and definitely requires previous step already being done. But can you guys kind of tell like what's going on there? You kind of have a method for doing that. So then you do your phonation test from there. E speaking from E. Good. And now we have our really, really small size that's come from our E speaking from E being added into it. Common problems, confusion with core size. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Even teachers will confuse this, unfortunately. This is where you get the extra. I don't know. Zara is an actual trans person and has actually done this, I guess. Yeah, a lot of even teachers don't realize that this is actually a separate thing, a separate mechanism at play. My voice teacher actually wasn't aware of OPC. Oh, they're trans. Okay, well, I don't know how to tell you that. But yeah, yeah, it gives you this extra boost into like super small, which can really help out. Again, if you're masculizing, it's just the other way around. So let's say, I know we're doing cat. Sorry. I need to practice that one more. I haven't quite got them split up as much because I don't get to teach many masculizers. If you know masculizers, send them my way because I never get to teach masculizers. But yeah. Yeah. But it's the exact same. You just do or speaking from or instead of E speaking from E. And I get you into that larger. Okay? And now I have a much larger kind of a sound coming through. Yeah. Any questions about any of that? Definitely this bit. This is the most confusing bit. Okay. And yeah, common problems are mixing over previous bit where we're not actually getting as small as we could be getting. You need to really make sure the previous bit is done first, and then we start approaching this because otherwise it's all going to get very confusing. And then the other one is that vowel warping coming back because now it's getting extra confusing, and whenever we end up in confusing areas with size, vowel warping comes in, especially when I'm saying like retain something about that E sound. You'll try to retain the E itself. We don't want to do that. Okay. The other one you can do is in speech. Literally just save a sentence, E speaking from E, and then try to retain something about that E as you're talking without the E itself coming through, okay? Takes a lot of playing with and a lot of figuring out to know what that even means. Or speaking from or, then trying to retain something about that or sound as you are playing around with this, but without the or itself being there. That kind of, almost like it's seasoned the same as that or it's painted in the same color. Or E speaking from E, it's painted in that same color as the E. Something about that's been retained, even though the E. So we don't want you going E speaking from E and then saying this all the time and having this smile and this E shape in all of your words. That's going to change things and make it really difficult to like talk. And we don't want like or speaking from or, and then we have our speech all like this, where we're kind of talking with that circle shape being created, and like some words become really difficult to say, and we got a bit of a lisp on some words. We don't want any of that, okay? We want not the word going across, but just like it's coloured in the same colour or something, or it's seasoned with the same seasonings, you know? Some essence of that instead of the actual thing is coming across. Really wondering, you've been doing that during some practices already by accident? Yes, so some people will already have figured this out on their own when they're doing the big cat, little cat, or they're doing the big whatever, big word, little word, okay? Some people will already have figured this out, but not everybody will have. So for the people that don't figure this out, this is that thing to get you that extra little bit. And yeah, some figure it out on their own, some don't. So I like to include it to make sure everybody gets to where they want to get to. And usually if people are like struggling, it's because they didn't figure this out on their own. They needed this extra step. And it's good to like have that closer understanding as well, to make sure you're getting like whatever it is you want to get to. Because this, like if you get really good at OPC, this allows you to get to like the super feminine or the super masculine voices. Like if you want to have that like hyper femme that like Ziana from Trans Voice Lessons has, especially in her earlier videos, she's going crazy with her OPC, okay? Like, hey, it's your girl, Z. This is like E speaking from E. This is getting that really, really tiny voice, okay? And it's from having a lot of OPC. That's how she gets this voice. Yeah? And you can just put things wherever you want to put things, you know? I don't have a crazy amount of OPC, but I definitely have some. And again, so it's OPC if you're doing the feminized version, because we're constricting the space. I don't like that word. I don't like that we call it OPC, but whatever, that's what it is. And then OPE, or Orthophonic expansion, because we're expanding that space. It's just talking about that archway in Big F. Don't worry about the words too much. Just focus on just call it OPC, and then focus on the actual sounds we're making. Nice news for isolate, yeah. Be careful with it. Again, this is where people really tend to lean into feelings, okay? Don't feel your way around this. It's really tempting, but don't feel your way around this. Listen to your way around this, okay? Really focus on listening. I have lots of people, even those that are like, they promise not to focus on their bodies. They promise to listen to the sounds, and they're really good at it. And then as soon as we do OPC, they go straight to trying to focus on their body and focus on the feelings and focus on the sensation. It's just something about this just seems to like our brains really want to focus on the sensation. Don't do that. Don't do that. Because odds are this is one where you'll really go straight into tensing things up. We don't want to tense things. Okay? Again, you'll barely feel this. You might feel it just a little bit, and that's probably why we lean into that sensation thing, because you do actually feel this one a little bit, but barely. And really, that shouldn't be the focus, okay? Because if you then start adding to that, you will get tension, okay? Hyper focusing on sensation, yeah, it's super, super common. And some teachers teach it, and I don't like it, but whatever. I want like hyper unfocus on sensation. I want no focus on sensation, because it just takes us straight into getting tensed up. Okay, any other questions about this? Because I know that this OPC stuff and OPE stuff can be really confusing because you don't really have words to describe it very well. How much sense is it making to you all? And obviously, it's going to focus on sensation is when you've hurt yourself. Yeah. But yeah, this is obviously like, we're in hard territory now. Like, you're in very much in the late game when you're doing this stuff. And also, I can see I'm starting to lag out a little bit in trans voice. I might also, has my frame rate gone really low in trans network? Am I okay over that? Okay-ish. Hopefully things aren't going super messed up. YouTube stream still seems to be okay. Might just be trans voices going slow. I don't know why a specific Discord would, but okay. Discord stream is struggling a bit at times. Yeah, I think Discord caps package data or whatever. Discord being Discord, yeah. If the quality is getting a bit messy for you, head over to the YouTube stream, because the YouTube stream always stays really nice, because OBS doesn't do the same limiters that Discord does. HTTPS. Well, just type in trans network on YouTube, you'll find it. youtube.com/@trans_network. I probably have a link. So, do I have my links? Where are my links? There's supposed to be links for you guys, so you don't have to worry about these things. Let me just check if I can quickly get that for you. No, I cannot do that quickly. Okay, we'll do that for next time. Oh wait, there we go. Yes. Okay, sorry about that. I had not noticed. Yeah. If you are struggling for quality, then head over to the YouTube. It's always got the best quality. Because Discord is poo-poo. Again, Mihugi, thank you very much. Okay, we're going to take a quick break because I need the toilet. Because that's a lot of content we just went over there. Again, if you have any questions about that at all, fill the chat with questions, okay, while I go to the toilet. And take a minute to digest all that information, because that was a lot of information. All right, I'll see you all in just about a minute, okay? Yeah, it's been over 2 hours, and this is actually us going really quick. We are blasting through it today. Like, to me, I'm like, oh, we managed to get this far in just like 2.5 hours. Wow, nuts. When I did my little tester one in a different community, it took 6 hours total. Yeah, definitely rewatch afterwards and take notes and stuff. Obviously, if you can, take notes now as well. Yeah, you get to rewatch this as many times as you want to. We're going to be doing these every 4 weeks. So you get to come along each time. OBC is very helpful in theory, because you do feel like you've hit a ceiling. Make sure you definitely hit that ceiling. But yeah, have a play of OBC. It really just takes you over the edge and brings you that voice you want. But it can be very confusing and very difficult. Yeah, take your time with it. I guess I'll take this opportunity to do some little plugs, especially now I've got my actual links on screen. Yeah, thank you all for being here today. If you are somewhere that isn't in the Discord right now, the Trans Network Discord, then definitely head over to a Trans Network Discord. It is where I teach. So if you're looking for lessons, then head over to there to get them. We've got a really cool community. We recently have a D&D group that started up, which is really, really cool. I need to get it fully set up so you can just grab a role. But if you head over to, we have a forum that's called like meetups or something. Where is it? What's it called? Social events. There you go, social events. And somebody's running a D&D session there, and they're just doing one shots, so you can come along. Like if you weren't there last time, that's okay. You can come along this time. Yeah, she seems to be putting a lot of work into that. So definitely head over to play some D&D. And I'm gonna like set up more stuff so that the D&D people can have their own little setup going on. We've got just a really cool community. We've got makeup lessons starting again soon, like workshops with our makeup artist. We have, I believe, makeup lessons as a private thing that you can hire are coming soon as well. Again, you can get private lessons with me. We try to keep things like really affordable. It's like a value I have. I really want this to be affordable for people. It's still something I'm figuring out because like there is a reason why voice lessons tend to be quite expensive, because you can't do like a 9 to 5 constant teaching. You just can't do it. So like it's definitely something that we figure out. But the big way that I'm able to keep things lower, or at least the goal at least, so I can sustainably keep things lower, is the Ko-fi. So if you want to help like keep lessons cheap, you want to help keep these workshops going, then head over to the Ko-fi, ko-fi.com/transnetwork. It genuinely, it really, really helps. Like that's how we manage to sustain things. Yeah. Makeup lessons, they're not fully set up yet. Head over to the Discord and they will be coming soon. I believe our makeup artist wants to do things on like varying like prices, where it's like if you can afford to pay more, you pay more. If you can't afford to pay more, you pay less. But that'll be up to them to set up when we're ready. I believe they're just having some laptop issues where their laptop has just melted just as they're about to get going. But it be what it be. Yeah. Worst part is hearing yourself differently. Yeah, so there is a thing where as you listen to yourself live, you do hear yourself slightly differently to everybody else hears you, because your voice is, whereas everybody's hearing like the sound come through your mouth and then go through the air and hit their ears, for you, you're hearing it reverberate through your skull and get to your ears. Easy solutions to this. You can literally, can I take these headphones off for a minute? You can just push your ears forward and suddenly you hear a lot more of that like actual thing going on, and make recordings. And as you make recordings and you constantly listen to your recordings back again, your brain will adjust and it'll realize, oh, I don't actually hear myself quite accurately. And it'll shift to like make it a correction to compensate for the like reverberating through your skull thing. So if you're constantly making recordings and listening back to them, not only does that give you an accurate representation of how you sound, but also your brain will start adjusting and making itself more accurate as well. Yeah. You're on camera for something over the weekend and you use your mask voice because you're lazy and just thought, damn, you sound like that. Yeah, it's how it is. Everybody has that. But as you listen to more and more recordings of yourself, that'll adjust. Yeah. Yeah, in fact, social events, thank you, Liv, is where the D&D stuff is happening. Yeah, things great, live feedback. Yeah, hells yeah. You can also just like use software to hear yourself back. So like OBS has a thing where you can just like live feedback. I think Audacity has it. You can get apps on your phone that do it. To just like play sound back as you hear it. Yeah. All right, let's keep going. Let's move ourselves forward. Okay, so fullness. So, okay, at this stage, you've done your SOVTEs, okay, and you got those good, and you've been doing them for 2 weeks to make sure you're in a really good starting place, and you have your warm up, okay. From there, you've moved on to vocal weight. You've gotten really good at it, and you've mastered it. You know exactly how to change your vocal weight. You can do it really easily. It's not a problem. You've then done your size stuff, your core size stuff, and you've gotten really good at that. It's really easy for you. You can do it. There's no vowel warping. You're producing a nice and natural sound. And you've even like made sure that OPC is in there. So you've got all of that, like you're getting into that fully feminized sound. You're getting to that fully masculized sound. We're there now. Okay? A little bit of troubleshooting we do. If, when you get there, you find that like you sound kind of cartoonish, like a cartoon character, you may have an issue with fullness. Fullness is this idea that we have size, or resonance, or whatever we're calling it. We have weight, but they sound weird if they're out of balance. So if you have a large sound that's also very light, that just sounds a bit off.
Like if I talk over here, it sounds kind of cartoonish. You don't really hear many masculine voices or feminine voices sounding like this. It just kind of sounds like a cartoon character. It doesn't quite sound right. And that's because I've got a large voice, but I've also got a light voice. So I've kind of taken half from each. It just sounds a bit weird. And if you think about like the stuff that happens here, testosterone exposure is the thing that's changing all these things. But it's changing it uniformly. So like it changes your size and it changes your weight. So you're not going to have more weight change when you're going to have size change because it's the same testosterone exposure, you know? You could have more testosterone exposure, but that will still impact both of them. Or you could have less testosterone exposure, but it'll still impact both of them. So it should move relatively in sync with one another. Which means the sounds that you hear, the voices you hear in real life, they sound relatively in sync. Not necessarily perfectly, there's going to be differences in individuals, but like, so it doesn't have to be bang on, like perfectly full, but somewhat it'll sound normal if the things are in balance. So if your voice sounds just not normal and it sounds cartoonish, have an examine. Is your weight out of balance with your size or vice versa? Okay. So if we have our like standard full femme, we have our nice and light weight, we have our nice and small size. If we've kind of messed things up a bit, we might have too large of a size for how light we are, or we might be too light for our size. So if we're over here, we're kind of sounding kind of hollow. We might need to reduce our size to bring us over, or we might need to be adding a little bit of weight to like balance things out. Obviously, our more masculine voice is going to have our heavier weight. It's going to have our larger size. But if we haven't quite gone large enough, we might have this sort of buzzier, like over full kind of a voice, which doesn't really, it just sounds kind of cartoonish. And we could literally just think of different cartoon characters. Like SpongeBob kind of sounds a little bit like this, where he has this like really like almost annoying voice, where we have this really, really over full. Like now I'm going quite small and I have quite a heavy weight and it sounds just discordant. Like usually voice actors use this for an annoying character to like express that. So like garden gnomes often talk like this, or like little elf characters can sometimes talk like this. Nerd characters sometimes talk like this in cartoons. And then over here we have our hollow voice, and we usually think of more dopey characters in cartoons. Like Patrick kind of sounds like this, or like Pooh Bear kind of sounds like this. Or we could think of like Yogi Bear. I'm smaller than the average bear. Kind of talks like this. We often have voice actors differentiate a cartoon character by messing with the fullness and having either overfull or underfull. So if you're sounding cartoonish, it's probably just you've done these things, but they're out of balance. So either you need to increase your weight or reduce your size, or increase your size and increase your weight, or whatever it is going to be. But they're just out of balance. One of them needs shifting to the other, or they both need shifting together. It doesn't need to be perfectly it doesn't need to be perfectly full. Like it doesn't need to be like x equals minus y or whatever it would be for that graph. It would be what well, I don't know, maths people can figure it out. Doesn't need that perfect full diagonal, but it wants to roughly be in that quadrant. And like, you'll know. Like, this isn't going to be a situation where you need to ask me, like, does your voice sound cartoonish? If yes, you have a fullness issue. If no, you're probably fine. Yeah. Does that make sense to everybody? It's just like a little extra little thing to, if people are having issues by the end. Any questions on that at all? Balancing comes in at the end, yeah. Like, you can do all this different stuff, you're just making sure they're in balance with one another. And to some extent, there's going to be some personal taste that comes into this. Like, trying to get it to how you want it to sound, you know? Yeah. And all of the stuff in terms of the end is going to be, how do you want it to be sounding? You know, like initially I went pretty hyperfem and was like, this doesn't suit me. This isn't me. And I scaled it back a little bit into the voice you hear now. And I'm pretty happy with this. So yeah, does that make sense to everybody? Should be a reasonably simple thing compared to what we've been going over before. Would you ever do a series where you analyze the vocal qualities of different characters? I guess we could do that sometime. Maybe. The YouTube stuff is something that I will get to. But I'm hoping to do a proper series of like an actual YouTube series on all of this stuff. And there's somebody hopefully going to be helping me with that. And yeah, I'm very good at teaching. I know how to teach, and I'm good at doing workshops. But I'm not a creative video maker. I don't know how to do YouTube. But it's a skill that I'll work on, I guess. Okay, we'll keep going if there's no other questions about fullness. Okay, so last segment, all right? You've created the voice. You can do a femme voice. You can do a masculine voice, whichever one it is that you wanted to do. You've learned how to do it, okay? You've got the skills. Now it's just making it your own. Because, like, yes, there is feminizing, and there is masculizing, and there is androgenizing. Or just finding somewhere in the middle. However, there's a billion different... There's, 4 billion feminine voices? 4 billion masculine voices? However many androgynous voices? There isn't, like, the canonical femme voice, okay? So we need to go specific. How do you actually want to sound? What kind of a femme voice do you want? Okay, and this is important. You need to know what kind of femme voice you want, or what kind of masculine voice you want. It can't just be feminine, because that doesn't exist. That's not the feminine voice. There's like a whole bunch of them. So which one do you want? So this is where we get to play with just random stuff. Okay, we can play with vocal fry. Do you like vocal fry? Do you want to add it in? So vocal fry kind of sounds like this. If you think of like Raven from Teen Titans, she has a whole bunch of, she's just constantly talking with vocal fry. Maybe you like vocal fry, maybe just like having it like every so often on a word. You often hear me doing little bits of vocal fry. Like if you listen back through this workshop, if you listen through me talking from this point onwards, you'll notice every so often a little bit of vocal fry just creeps in. If you look at like previous workshops, which were like later in the evenings, definitely the later ones, I had a lot of vocal fry coming in, just because I was getting tired. So if you like it, add it in. If you have it and you don't like it, start getting rid of it. And with all of these things, the way to like learn how to do it is do it on purpose and then remove it on purpose, and do that back and forth over and over until you get that level of control, and then you have that control and you can just do whatever you want with it. I think you get a lot of vocal fry, just if you're exhausted or stressed. Yeah, that's quite common. And none of these things are gendered things. If you want a masculine voice of fry, do a masculine voice of fry. If you want a feminine voice of fry, do a feminine voice of fry. It's just customization at this point. What kind of voice do you want? Pitch. We talked about way earlier in the beginning of the workshop why I mentioned that pitch doesn't matter, and I didn't really elaborate on that. And the reason is it doesn't. If you're listening to my voice right now and you think it sounds feminine, this is pretty low pitch. This is entirely like what you hear a lot of different dudes speaking at in terms of pitch. This is the same pitch I was speaking at before. Like, I don't fully remember my old voice, but I think it was something around here-ish. And at the very least, this probably sounds like a masculine voice. And the pitch didn't change at all when I did that. I could literally switch between the two of them, and you'll notice the pitch isn't changing at all. Nothing's happening to the pitch pattern. Everything's kind of staying the same. I have like the same pitch going on, and we're still we're still very clearly changing from masculine to feminine and back again, because pitch isn't a relevant factor for the gendering, which means stick it wherever you want to stick it. Okay. The only limitation is for feminizers. If you happen to have a really low pitch, then you may need to increase it a little bit just to accommodate the weight. But it's only high, like you're only raising it enough so the weight can actually like be light, and then beyond that, whatever you want. If you know you don't like your pitch, but you're not sure where to put it, the most popular ones I hear are people really like G3 and people really like A3 for whatever reason. They just seem to be popular pitches amongst the feminizers. And I haven't had enough masculizers to know what's popular over there. But any pitch is like any pitch average. Sorry, obviously you don't speak at a single tone, a single note. But like an average of a G3 seems to be the most popular. And the second most popular seems to be an A3. Can I give examples of E3 and A3? Yeah, give me just a second. Let's make sure if I open this, that didn't change anything, did it? No, it did not. Okay, you should hear this, and I'll demonstrate it for you as well. So G3 is really popular as like an average. So kind of talking around here-ish. It's slightly higher than you hear me talk. But if you like it over here, then you can have it over here. So if you want your pitch over here, you can have a pitch over here. It sounds a little bit unnatural on me because I'm not used to it, because this isn't where I typically have my pitch. You can wherever you want to have it. I'm typically speaking at like an average of, I don't know, probably averages at about an E3, something like that, which is a bit lower. And yeah, you just do it wherever you want it to be, really. That's the thing with pitch is, so long as you are able to get to a light weight for the feminizers, then you can have your pitch wherever you want to put it. Literally the only thing that could limit you is the bottom of your pitch floor is going to be cut off if you have lightened your weight. Technically the same as it's the same the other way around, but like that's pitches that nobody uses, so like we don't need to worry about it. So yeah, put your pitch wherever you want to put it. It is very much some BS that people focus on pitch so much and tell people that they need to have like raising their pitch and lowering their pitch and stuff, or changing the gendering of their voice. You just don't. So long as you can get to what you want to get to, then you just don't need to worry about it. Put your pitch wherever the hell you want to put your pitch. And if you are working with a teacher and they have you working on pitch a whole bunch, you should go somewhere else because they are wasting your time and money. Yeah, you just don't need to be. As I've just demonstrated for you. I like take a masculine voice. So if I do like a masculine voice and then like and then I start kind of talking over here, you'll notice that a higher pitched masculine voice doesn't sound more feminine. It doesn't really do anything. It still sounds masculine. You would still entirely, it doesn't even sound weird. It just sounds masculine, just at a higher pitch. Or like if I have this feminine voice, this feminine voice is already pretty low pitch. Like we're already near the bottom of my pitch floor. So again, if it sounds feminine to you, then further proof. Okay, we're almost at the bottom of like how low my pitch can get, and I still sound hopefully entirely feminine, because again, it just doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything at all. So like, really, just don't worry about it at all. Let me have a look, see at what this is. Oh yeah, spectrograms are a thing, and I don't recommend them, actually. I think spectrograms are, like, technically, in theory, you could measure everything about your voice on a spectrogram. However, that voice science isn't developed enough for us to accurately interpret in terms of what we would be looking for. So like, a lot of people say you can track your size with a spectrogram, and like, in theory, yes, but in practice, no. Like, first of all that time you spent learning how to interpret spectrograms, you could have just spent actually voice training. And secondly, it is very much not a fully understood thing. That's why computers can't tell you if you have a masculine or feminine voice, because we don't actually fully understand the maths of these things. We don't even have a fully fleshed out of a science of like most of voice, especially stuff of gendering. It's unfortunately just a science that's very underdeveloped and very hard to develop, because you can't simultaneously dissect a vocal tract and also have that vocal tract speaking, which just has complicated everything, for obvious reasons. You can't talk when somebody's chopping up your vocal tract to see what's happening. So just it's very difficult for like scientists to actually like see what's going on. So yeah, voice science is one that's like super behind most other sciences, just because of like just the situation of it essentially. Yeah. Other things we can play with are breathiness is one that some people like. So you can play around with like a breathy voice if you like a breathy voice. Yeah, you can play with that if you want it. Or if you have a breathy voice and you don't want it, get rid of it. Usually in terms of like customization stuff, my most popular request is to just like have the like same kind of a voice and keep it the same, but feminized or masculized. That's what I did. But like for probably my next most common is people asking for a kind of like low, kind of sultry voice, and that comes from lower pitch, a bit of breathiness, and then occasionally a little bit of vocal fry. You don't overuse the vocal fry; it just comes every so often to get that little bit of like little finesse on there. A lot of people, that's a particularly popular one for obvious reasons. So if you want the mommy voice, that's how you do it, okay? Yeah. We also have twang. Twang is an interesting one. Not super popular, but we do have like some, I can think of like cis women with twang. And I can't think of any dudes off the top of my head, but I'm sure plenty of them. Twang does make things a little bit brighter, a bit smaller, but not in a way that is like the way we're wanting with size. It brings us this very brassy kind of a sound. So if I start adding twang, we end up with a sound kind of like this. You can really easily add this by like, imagine you're doing like a robot voice, like, I am a robot, and then like take away the monotony of that, and we have that just electronic sound. This is twang. We could also think of it as like, if you're doing like a very cartoonish, like baby throwing a tantrum, like, wee, wee, and when we kind of talk like that, we then get that twang, okay? A witch cackle can also have it if you really overdo the witch cackle, like, we end up with this kind of twangy voice, and it sounds very, very brassy, very, very like tinny. Some people will say it sounds nasal. It doesn't sound nasal. It's nothing to do with nasality at all. Nasality is more like if you have a blocked nose voice, like, oh, I can't have like a blocked nose right now. Yeah, you can kind of hear like a blocked nose sound coming through me right now, and that's just me blocking off my nasal tract. That's a removal of all nasality. So you got like hyponasal. There's like it lacks nasality, like a normal amount, because normally you have like a small amount. Or we go with like hypernasal, we end up with like a huh, like a villager sound kind of has that thing, or like the Charlie Brown, like a wah 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 wah. This is a very, very nasal sound. So if it sounds like this is nasality. Alan Rickman, he has a nasal voice. Especially Puppet Pals doing Snape. That's very, very nasal. twang. Twang is a completely different thing. People often call it, literally in pop culture, people call this nasal. Everybody calls this nasal. It's nothing to do with your nose. But everybody calls it nasality, but it's nothing to do with it. Yeah, so if you sound ill, then that's hyponasality, where we've blocked off the nasal tract. If we sound like a villager, or like for Charlie Brown voice in, like for Charlie Brown teacher voice, then that's going to be actual nasality. And if we've got twang, it's just twang. Yeah. I'll check those at a different time, Ari. But thank you, though. You heard Mommy voice while working on a ticket, and it made you refocus. Class. We just explain what Mommy voice is. You can check that in a VOD. Yeah. But by the way, this is not an exhaustive list. Like, we've just gone over nasality, which I hadn't put on there. Like, there are a bajillion things we could be talking about here in terms of just different customization things that you could use. Also, the sun has gotten really bright all of a sudden. Let me just... I wanted like a little bit of extra light compared to what I have. I'm on my rubbish webcam. I have a really nice camera, and it's died just right before this, and I don't have money to get it fixed. So hey, if you want to contribute to us having an actually high quality camera, then head over to the Ko-fi. I could really use the help right now, because I literally can't afford to get that camera repaired right now, which is a problem. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of different things on here. One that's definitely worth taking a look at is accent. A lot of people seem to think that you need to get this like I got my bracelet on. What the hell? A lot of people seem to think that you need this like super American accent, especially like the Valley Girl voice. You don't need the Valley Girl voice. Like, you can hear me right now. I sound British. I don't sound like a Valley Girl at all. Your accent doesn't have to change. It is a complete myth, just a complete and utter myth that your accent has to change in any way. You don't need to be changing your prosody. That's a myth. It's like you don't need to be changing like the rate at which your pitch changes. You don't need to be changing your pitch. You don't need to be changing any of these sorts of things. There's so many right here. Even some of these ones, when I was very first learning to teach, I was taught that these are things that, like, to teach people, and it's wrong. It's just wrong. But like, yeah, so if we're spending I'm trying to think of the specifics that I've heard that are wrong. There is kind of a thing of, in some cultures, there is like a feminine accent almost, and a masculine accent, but that's only in some cultures. Like Japan kind of has that because they have very extremes between masculine and feminine. Russia has that, like Russian accents have that. It a little bit exists in the west coast of America, which is where this has all come from as a misconception. Hence, there is the Valley Girl. Like, it's not the Valley Guy, it's the Valley Girl, because it's a it's a feminized thing. So there is like a thing there, but like that's not a thing over here in Britain. We don't have that. It's just something that culture develops in some places. It's not anything fundamental. And yeah. So you do not need to worry about accent change unless you happen to want to. Yeah. Yes, I agree. Yeah, we will do that little fucking Seattle Voice Labs, freaking creating bad information. It's not just them. It's a lot of people who have done it. Even some people at like really respected places have, in this specific bit, have made problems. But alas, at least you have me to correct that. Somebody that isn't American. Hi, dog. The dog's just coming. See if we can put this to doggy. Nope, she's gone. Oh yeah, there you go. Doggy. Again, it would be so much easier if I had my actual camera. Whatever. Yeah. Any other questions about any of that? Okay. all of that stuff is customization. If you want to change it, change it. Don't feel like you have to change it. It's all about just finding the voice you want to have. And it is really important to actually think about what kind of a voice do you want. Like, do not be going for, it's a huge trap that a lot of people fall into, and I fell into, of just trying to get feminine, or just trying to get masculine, or just trying to get androgynous. I was just chasing feminine. And the problem is there's no off-ramp for that. You can forever chase more and more and more feminine because there is no like actual specific goal there. Like, what is the feminine voice? Well, there isn't one. There isn't the feminine voice. There's a whole bunch of them. So if you're chasing just feminine or just masculine, you're going to run into an issue where you can just chase that forever and you'll never be satisfied, even if you have the most hyper femme voice in the world. And I get that a lot. Like, a solid 20% of the people that come to me are people that have they have like the most feminine voice I've ever heard. And they're like, I just don't know what I'm doing. I can't do this. I don't know how to feminize my voice at all. This sounds completely masculine. It's like, to no other person does it sound masculine, because they don't even have a goal. They're just chasing feminine. So really, like, it's more important than it sounds. Do have a specific goal. I want to sound like this, not I want to sound feminine, whatever that means. Yeah? Really think about specifics. And your specific can just be like, I want my voice and I want it to sound naturally like me, but a feminized version of that, because that's still specific. You can still imagine that voice as a specific voice. Yeah? But we need that specificity. And you don't have to have it straight away. And you don't even have to like stick to a specific thing, but have something in mind and be working towards that.
Oniban donated £35.
Oh my god. Oniban, thank you so much for that donation. That's really good of you. Thank you so much. Wow. Live. There we go. Yeah, if you also want to donate, then head over to Ko-fi. ko-fi.com/transnetwork. Hells yeah. You can do TTS as well if you want to have a message read out. But yeah. And it really does help, and it will help me to fix the camera for a start. It helps just keep the prices low. Yeah. Alrighty. Oh yeah, one last step. Extra side, I almost forgot about this one. Okay, if we've even like gotten the customization of a voice, when we're just doing the voice we want, and this is like, you want to stick with this voice, you're done. There's one last step, okay? And it's just naturalizing it and making it your full-time voice, okay? So if you're at this stage, congratulations, you've done it. You've got your voice. So all you need to do now is just start using it all the time. Now, something you're going to run into as soon as you start doing that is you'll start using it all the time, and suddenly it'll be like you have no idea what you're doing, and you don't know how to use your voice, and it's like you're back on square one. And that's really normal, okay? I call this the awkward phase. And essentially what's happening is your brain is a human brain. It is not a computer. It doesn't save information like a computer does. Brains store information in a very unique way, where instead of just having a bunch of like data points, instead there's connections, and really you build connections, okay? And if we think about it, what have we done so far? Well, we have our connections with a size and a weight, and with practice mode, and with recording our voice, and with being on our own, and with being like sat down maybe if you always practice in front of your computer, then there's the computer, and all of these other things that are not going to be there when you start using it in the real world. Suddenly, you're not on your own. You're not in practice mode. You're in conversational mode. And there's all of these connections that suddenly aren't there. And so your brain doesn't fetch that data because it doesn't understand that this is a voice thing rather than a doing voice feminization practice thing, or voice masculinization practice, or androgenization practice. You know what I'm saying? So you just need to teach your brain that no. This isn't practice mode. This isn't when I'm on my own in private mode. This is just voice. And all you have to do is just keep trying, keep doing your best in the real world, keep just constantly doing this and like trying and doing everything you can while in conversation, and your brain will catch up. And the first 2 weeks are like, so it's like you completely have started again. You're going to be like, God, do I need to go get lessons again? I just don't know what I'm doing. Power through. Your brain will catch up, and everything. For me, the first 2 weeks were the hardest, and then very quickly things started to adjust. Within about a month, it was easy for me. Within like 3, 4, 5 months, I don't remember exactly now, it was just my default voice, and I didn't have to think about it. It just was my voice at that point, and that's habituation. So eventually you reach a point where it is just your voice, and there's no effort. You don't even have to think about it. And actually, you would have to think about it to do what it was before. And if you keep at it, if you don't even use your old voice at all, eventually you'll forget how. I've accidentally done that a little bit, and I need to like rebuild it because I'm a teacher and I should be able to do that, which is my bad. But yeah, if you just aren't using it enough, eventually your old voice goes away and you don't even remember how to do it anymore, and you'd have to train again to do it. So yeah, so it starts off really like, what the hell, I've forgotten everything, and if you just keep going, it adjusts and everything gets better again, and you'll probably get the best voice you've ever done, and it just becomes your voice. So yeah, that's your last stage, and then that's just your voice. That's just, you did it. There are no more steps. Does anybody have any questions about anything we've gone over today? Does everything make sense? Yeah, makes sense. Nice. Whispers for size were single phonations or words? So words. A phonation, remember, is like speech. It's like I'm phonating now, I'm talking. Whispering is not phonating. It's an unphonated sound. But yeah, you're just whispering a word, and then once you've gotten to the smallest or the largest or whatever it is you're doing, then you do a phonation test where you bring phonation in. You bring sound in. It's like pot, 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 pot. So I brought my voice into it. That's bringing phonation in. That's just what the word phonation means. Any tips on how to keep a voice when switching languages, or just keep trying? Similar. So it's the reason why it's difficult is the same thing as we've been talking about in this habituation thing. You're just not used to it. Your brain has made a connection with a specific language, and then you do this other language. It's like, that's not. Oh, we're doing this other language. Clearly, we're not doing all this feminization stuff or masculine or whatever, because we're doing this different language. And you need to teach it. No. That too. And yeah, just keep trying. As you're training, you can switch back and forth between your languages, just so that you never have it in the first place where your brain associates a certain language with doing this. But yeah, it's just a matter of just train it in both. So your brain never, and it's just an association thing. It's not like anything fundamental, or like, it's just like the way your brain learns. We're pattern animals, so we're like the pattern animal. Like we're really into patterns. So you just got to teach your brain that the pattern is just, when I talk, this is how I sound. And that'll just do that. So far, OPC and size have been used interchangeably by your teacher. Is there any way for me to try and keep OPC out of size exercises, or will just doing the specific exercises be enough to separate the two? Okay, so you don't necessarily need to separate the two. Like, if you're getting the sound, if you're getting to as small as you need to get to, then that's fine. And like, it can be a good idea to reintegrate them and make them the same again, so there's less to think about. It's just, if you don't have that, you can use the OPC exercises to bring the OPC. And like, OPC is affecting size. Really, size is the umbrella category. And then we have like larynx size and our oropharynx. But yeah, OPC is really just a type of size, which is why it sounds like it's like the same kind of thing. But yeah, I just try to avoid mentioning organs too much so that people aren't like super associating with like trying to control their bodies. I would say, depending on the teacher, I don't know what your relationship is to your teacher, but maybe you could just ask about it. Like, hey, I've been learning about this OPC stuff. Can we like work on that? And can we check that out? But try to like listen for two different sounds, because you can hear like it sounds different. Yeah. You're not far enough to be doing OPC dedicated? Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, don't even worry. If you're not far in enough, then don't even worry about OPC yet. Like you don't need to specifically try to not do OPC when you're learning size. Just do size. Still struggling with size and pitch? Yeah, focus on separating size and pitch first. All right, well, let's do our last little thank yous and stuff. So huge thank you to our Ko-fi supporters. This is able to run today because people are subscribed to the Ko-fi. So people that give every month to help give this to all of you. And these people are why we're able to keep our prices really low, because of the people on this list. Some of them are here today, so please give a huge thank you. We have our tier 1 supporters of Misty, Mihugi, Himori, Grave Robbed Maria, and Vi. Thank you so much to those people. We got our tier 2 supporters of Lanmisa, Ona, and Leah. And we have our huge tier 3 supporters of Beth and Raya. Not to call you out, Raya, but I see you in chat there. Huge, massive thank you to these people. And actually, this isn't up to date because Laurie, you're one of those tier 3s as well. Let me... I don't want to be missing out on people that I'm saying thank you to. What the hell? We want to do that. There we go. Not missing out on people. Huge, massive thank you to these people. Yeah, there we are, Raya in chat. It was a tier 3 supporter. You got a little yellow name to say extra thank you in the Discord. Yeah, massive thank you to those people. The reason that you can get like high quality lessons at some of the lowest prices out there at all. I can't think of everybody that I've seen that's doing prices lower than 35 an hour has shut down because they couldn't afford to keep going. And like, you know, we're struggling a little bit, but like these people are why this is able to happen and why we're able to do workshops like this. So if you want to help keep prices low and help keep these workshops running, then super appreciate anybody that subscribes to the Ko-fi. It all goes into a good place of just keeping this available for people. Yeah. So huge thank you to those people. For current, if you anybody that is like sending money right now, the thing that's going to is getting the camera fixed so you can actually have really nice quality workshops to like just make everything better for everybody. Yeah. So yeah, massive thank you to those people. And if you want to consider doing that, then huge thank you to you. I'm hoping to like really flesh out the Ko-fi soon. So I'm looking to do like, I think I mentioned this at the start, I don't remember, but I'm looking to do some like one-on-ones over with Ko-fi people. Like people can just like drop-in sessions for people that support Ko-fi, just as a thank you to them. Priority on like clip feedback and just like some actual proper rewards. And yeah. So huge thank you to those people. All right. Now let's take us to the Q&A section. Other little reward for the Ko-fi people of if you are on this list of Ko-fi supporters, then if you want to, you get to go first. You get priority. And then we'll open the floor to everybody else.
New
as well.
Ko-fi subscription from Liv.
Liv, thank you so much. Thank you so much for donating there. What is the... It doesn't tell me the number. Hey, membership from Liv. Thank you so much. That's so kind of you. TSC, we'll stick you straight on the list. Hang on. We minimize that, and then we go over here. Liv, genuinely, thank you so fucking much. Can we all get a huge like applause and thank you and all of that sort of stuff to Liv just now? Huge.
Thank you so much. Okay, so open Q&A. If you have any questions, then load the chat with questions. If you have a question you want to ask me and you want to unmute your mic and ask me, then absolutely do that. And yeah, COVID people get priority there, and then if once we're past them, then it opens up to everybody else. And we'll go for about 45 minutes max, I think. So I don't use up my entire day. And so this doesn't end up going too long. So yeah, anybody that is subscribed to Ko-fi, if you want to unmute your mic, if you have any questions, or if you want me to review your voice at all, if you just want help, then do so now. I'll just give you a little chance to do that if you want to. Hey, there we go. I like that. Thank yous in the chat. None of the Ko-fi people today. Fair play. Well, if anybody at all then happens to want some help with their voice, then they are welcome to unmute their mic, and I would be happy to help you with whatever you want help with. If there's something we've gone over today that you're unsure on, you just can't seem to do it, then yeah. Or if you have questions about something, yeah, how can I help you?
I think I just need feedback mostly.
Yeah,
I
sure.
struggle to know where exactly I'm landing.
Okay.
It's because, as I said, I hear my voice so differently than it actually sounds.
Well, what do you think to start off with? Oh no, let me. Okay, first question. So these are always the hardest ones to answer. Okay, because I don't know where are we taking you. What are you looking for? Give me more than just feminized or masculinized or whatever.
That's one of the hardest questions. I think I do. It's also really hard because I've been at this for like I've had voice training a year ago, roughly, in a clinic.
Yeah.
And I think over this past year, I have automatically adopted some of the things, so I sound already different than before. I think I used to sound about like this, which is already pretty. I don't think I
noticed a huge difference there, but that might just be a matter of you not being able to do your old one anymore.
That's also possible. Although I always used to have a pretty androgynous voice. Like it was about this. There we go. I think I'm starting to get back into it. I've been practicing now for a bit too long. So
that's fair enough. Yeah.
Now I'm starting to get back. I'm pretty sure I do still have access to it, which is about this one.
Okay. Well, I'm not hearing a huge difference between those two. Where are we? Do you have any voices, or like how would you describe a voice you want to get to, or do you have any examples of like celebrities or YouTubers or anything with voices you like? What are you actually after?
I'm often very jealous of women with like a very full singing voice.
Yeah.
Where it's clearly like small spaces, but with quite a lot of strength.
Sure. Okay. So you want a bit of like, you want to be able to like speak and have like a presence.
Yeah,
in
a
the
bit.
voice.
Yeah, and especially when I get louder, I don't want to fall back into this this more masculine voice.
Okay,
where I go back into my old voice.
Okay, so you're wanting a voice with a bit of commanding presence to it. Any other features?
With the option to go commanding, but usually is more soft.
Sure. Okay. Yeah.
There goes. I'm a mess.
No, you're fine. I think you're totally fine on that aspect.
It's also really hard to decide.
How do you feel about your size and weight? Just in your opinion?
Yeah, I'm definitely on the. For a woman, I'm on the tall side, definitely.
Sorry, on the vocal size or like presence. It's okay. I don't care what you look like. I'm also quite tall, for what it's worth. I'm about 5'10".
My brain just instantly. Yes, that's what was meant.
Yeah. No, this is a voice workshop you're here for.
I know. I know it makes no sense, but my brain
okay,
just
it's okay.
instantly went this
Brain
track.
association. There's a perfect demonstration of
Yeah.
it. That's why the habituation phase can be quite tricky.
I
Perfect
think I
little
would
demo
like
for us there.
it's.
Sorry, go on.
I think I would like it to be a bit like. I think I still struggle with the getting the actual E, like the proper. What was it called?
OPC.
Yes.
Mhm.
I think I can implement it when I practice, but not while I'm actually talking properly.
Yeah, sure.
I think I have it a little bit there, but and I also notice I am still dropping into these lower registers, and I would like to be a bit.
When you say dropping into
higher.
low registers, are you meaning getting larger, or are you meaning going down
Yes.
in pitch?
Yes, larger.
Larger. Okay, yeah.
Thanks.
No, it's okay. Don't worry. Okay, I would say we definitely can get significantly smaller from where you're at. So if that's something you're wanting, then that's definitely something that can be done.
I think like that.
So we'll head over to over here. First of all, can you give me? I quite like when we're working with OPC. I quite like pot, because you really just notice it in R. So can you give me? We'll start off with just a standard. Can you give me a big pot, little pot, please?
Whispered or
just whispers?
pot.
Oh, pause.
Is it?
We need to change your sound settings.
I was supposed to.
Yeah. Anybody that wants to like be a part of this, or wants me to go over their voice, head to your user settings. Go into your input sensitivity. Set it to manual and drag it all the way to the left. Noise suppression set to none and echo cancellation turned off. I'll also unmute the people that I muted earlier that didn't have a mute muted, just in case they want
I hope
to
the mic
jump
is
in.
not too sensitive. No echo cancellation.
No, it'll be fine. Don't worry. Yeah, echo cancellation turned off. Noise suppression set to none. Yeah, I might have a slight echo, but don't worry about it. I'm used to it.
There we go.
Perfect. Okay. Now can you give me a big pot, little pot, please?
Pot.
Okay.
That's about as high as it gets.
Okay.
Without pushing too hard.
I think with practice, you could get that a little bit smaller.
Bit smaller.
That's okay. There you go.
Right.
So once you get into that smallest pot, can we now go for the sentence E speaking from E? Still whispering.
E speaking from E.
Okay. Excuse me. Now it's just taking us a bit smaller. We haven't gotten quite as far because we haven't quite gotten the core size maxed out yet. So can we now go for a big pot, little pot, get to as small as you can get. Once you're happy that this is like as small as this pot could get, you're really at the ceiling. Give me the sentence E speaking from E.
All right.
All whisper.
Pot. Nope, there it starts creaking.
Yeah.
Pot.
E speaking from E.
E speaking from E.
Can you get a little bit smaller about E speaking from E?
E speaking from E.
There you go. And can you make a pot that's saying kind of like that?
Pot.
Yeah. Okay, do you hear how much smaller that was?
Pot. Yeah.
Okay. There's going to be your first one to really play
That's. Oh boy.
with. Yeah. Okay.
It also.
There it
It
is.
does strain a little bit, which is
Okay.
not good.
Tell me what you're feeling.
Let me take off the scarf. I think I feel it mostly in the jaw, like, or just side of the jaw. That's where it's the.
For people
Like-
that are in different Discords, by the way, you won't necessarily be able to hear. I'm just giving some feedback in the Trans Network Discord, and then we'll open up to everybody else again. So in Trans Voice, you won't be able to hear them right now. If you go to the YouTube stream, you'll be able to hear. youtube.com/@trans_network. Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. If you could be muted, Vivian, for now, that'd be okay. Thank you. Okay, they left, whatever. It always gets confusing when people join at this stage.
Okay, so big pot, little pot into the E speaking from E, and then let's do a few more pots with that small size, but extra small, and then add a phonation test. So you do a really stretched out pot, and halfway through the O, you bring your sound in. Okay, bunch of instructions there, but yeah, see, give it a go.
Okay, so high with the E.
I'll do a little demo so you know what I'm actually asking for.
Thanks.
That's okay, it's okay. Pot.
Okay.
Something like that.
Pot, 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 pot. E speaking from E. E. Pot, pot, pot.
Good. Good.
I'm not sure if I slipped there.
There was a little bit of wobbling. We definitely didn't get all of that size transferred over. You always use a drill to do it, because otherwise you'll not manage to get into it. We also went in quite a high pitch there, so watch out for that.
Yeah.
But these are all things you can practice. So let's try one more. Go through the whole thing again, and then keep going as you tell me about what we've been up to today. Take your time.
Pot, 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 pot. E speaking from E. Pot, 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 pot. I've mostly been sleeping so far, I think. Yeah, I've slept for quite a long time. Should probably go do some groceries.
Cool. Alright,
Yeah,
pause
I
you
need
there.
to grab
Pause
more
you there.
pasta.
Okay, definitely practice that a whole bunch, and also listen back to that on the VOD afterwards. You definitely got a little bit smaller there, but now it's time to practice it and really get all of that transfer out of it.
All right.
So a few bits of homework I'm going to give you. One, really try to see how far you can take those pots without the E speaking from E. Okay? And if OPC comes in with it on its own, that's fine, don't worry about it. But see how much you can get out of those pots, and then use the E speaking from E to get the last smidgens out of it. Okay? And it might be that in time you'd be able to just do that on its own without needing the E speaking from E, that's fine. You don't need to have that, but just it might just happen on its own. The point is really much to get as small as we can get there. You were having a few where the word pot was starting to sound less like the word pot and more like a pert or something like that. So watch out for that. That's going to be a big one. Definitely practice that.
Yep.
Slow down. You're going like pot, 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 pot. And I can do that, but like take your time with it. That way you'll notice the wobbling more. It's okay. Everybody wants to rush through them because they want to get straight to the talking bit. But really take your time with it. Make sure it's really considered, so you get your like pronunciation right. And then yeah, it's just gonna be practicing that phonation test and make sure you don't lose any of it, and continue into speech and still make sure you didn't lose any of it. But we definitely heard an adjusted voice when you brought me as you entered the call there. So now just keep building on that. But we can definitely get. You definitely have access to a lot more smaller if you want it. The smallest there, you were getting all the way to like a hyper fem. In terms of whispers, like your smallest whisper there was nice and small. We're getting all the way to like pot, 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 pot. So if you didn't lose any of your size there, you'd end up with a voice kind of like this, where we have this really, really small voice. Okay. So you've already kind of got that. But it needs polishing, but you're starting to get that in your whispers. Now you just need to transfer it.
I think that is a bit too small for what I'm going for, but
yeah, of course,
good to know I have that range.
I always recommend
Definitely.
like learn to get as just as small as you can get, and then choose where you actually want to be. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Just make sure you can
Thank you.
do the skill. Yeah, no worries. All right, good luck. Lots of practice.
Thank you.
No worries. Good luck. Okay, anybody else? Yeah, also, yeah, great work to Redbird. Can we get a bunch of, like, woos in the chat? Little free shares for Redbird. Well done. Little congratulations. Because it can be very nerve-wracking, especially knowing that we're, like, live on YouTube and stuff. So very, very well done to Redbird. Anybody else want some help on their voice? Just unmute your mic and crack on. Yeah, going on air might tense you up a little bit extra just because you're stressed, but yeah, or anxious. But yeah, any of that tension, make sure we're really relaxing it. Okay. Not sure if it's applicable, but I'm still struggling with chills. Yeah, we can do that. Who was it that just unmuted briefly? We can do you too. I didn't see who it was. Hey, Rugwain.
Yeah, it was me.
Yeah.
Hi,
We'll do
I'm
Rugwain,
just
but we'll do Xenaton.
yippee. I'm just struggling a bit with. Also, I'm very sick, but I'm gonna try my best to mute when I cough.
Ooh, you know what? I'm gonna pause you
I-
real quick. I would say if you're sick, I know I've got a bit of a cough, but do as I say, not as I do. If you're sick, I would actually recommend. I'll still answer the question, but take a break. Don't try to voice train when you're sick because you're more prone to injuries. And then if you injure yourself, you have to take even more time off. But I can still answer the question if you want, and then you can have it like ready for when you're feeling better again.
That'd be good. Basically, I'm just trying to, since I asked the question about OPC and size earlier, but for size specifically, how do I do size and larynx especially without introducing twang? Because obviously nasality is something you can check. Nasality is something you can just plug your nose and check whether you're doing it. It's fairly empirical in terms of can I prove it's there or not. Twang is a lot harder and a lot harder to get rid of for me.
So what I would say is, how are you? And you can just tell me. You don't have to demonstrate it right now. But how good are you at actually just using twang intentionally on purpose?
Admittedly, I haven't really. Well, I can try it now. I haven't really tried much, to be honest.
I would say, okay, there's step one. So your homework is start learning how to do twang on purpose, because what you're lacking right now is control of twang. So if you can learn how to do it on purpose, then you can also learn how to turn it off on purpose. So step one, your homework is going to be start doing twang on purpose. Step two is going to be back and forth. So we're talking with twang and we're going to be talking and then we're going to turn it off as we're talking. And we're just going to talk about whatever it is that we're going to be talking about, whether you're talking about your day or you're talking about what your plans are for dinner and you're just like walking yourself through it. But turning twang on and off and getting to what we can do that completely effortlessly. And really like we're turning twang on when we're turning it on and we're turning it completely off when we're turning it off. So we get both extremes. That way, when you go back to your size stuff, you can do that during the size stuff at the same time. And then when you're going for actually using it, you can intentionally choose, okay, now I can do both. I choose off. Okay? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm
Just
trying my
building that
best
control.
I'm trying my best for twang now. Is there a
Don't worry
drill
about
I
it too
can
much.
do, or
Don't worry about it too much now because like I don't want to be doing too much of your voice right now. I want you to
Sure.
focus on getting not ill. And also, twang is one of those sounds that when you're ill is going to sound a little bit different and harder to identify.
Fair. Is there a drill for
yeah.
it though? That was basically the
It's
essence
not a
of that last
there's
part.
not a great drill for it. I find mimicry is better. But
Of
focus on an okay drill is like just mimicking the sound, like what I've done or whatever. You can try playing with like the robot voice of like I am a robot, and then trying to take away the monotony of that, but still have like the electrical sound. So now we're kind of like a robot accurately talking like a person, I guess, or whatever analogy you want to use for that. But use that robot voice to start getting you into it, and then like flex it up a bit. So it's just normal talking, but with this robot voice. Instead of talking like this for the whole time, you don't need it to be super static like this. You just need that brassiness coming through. Or again, try like the baby crying, like wee, 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 and then try to like bring that out of the crying into just normal talking. And again, that'll bring us that twang. We can also try that witch cackle, like and then bring that into our normal talking. All of these things can help us bring twang into the voice.
that make sense? Again, don't try it now, right now, Rugwayne, but like when you're feeling better, try that. Especially not voice
Predict
crackle.
predicting what I was doing there with the mic off. Crazy. Yeah, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Yeah, no worries. I can tell you're desperate to. Do give yourself a break right now. Like if you're ill,
Oh,
be ill. Because like imagine if you
okay.
then like hurt yourself and then you have to take longer off. Yeah, so if you want to be doing it sooner, rest right now. Yeah?
Mm,
Give your voice time. You'll get there.
okay.
The illnesses go away. Alrighty. And Xenatin, did you want some help with your lip trills?
Yeah, I'm just kind of not completely sure um,
Mhm.
how well that's gonna go online.
It should be totally fine. Make sure your settings are changed, like I described before, and it'll be totally fine.
Yeah,
Um,
should still be right from last time.
yeah, sick. All right, can you give me a little? We'll see how far I can get. Are we at the stage where we can go? Could you do that yet?
Oh, just like hold the default
single note?
tone.
Yeah. Mic is struggling a bit. Okay, that is actually quite hard to hear on your mic.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. My PC should be able to provide better audio, but it's not in a very private space currently, unfortunately.
Sure. Okay, we'll do our best. Can you do it again for me, please? Can you copy this? It is really hard to hear though.
I mean, I could also just kind of record myself and post it in chat. That could also be
Yeah,
a
give a go at that.
workaround.
See if that works. It's still gonna be the same microphone though, isn't it?
I mean, I feel like it gets recorded better
Okay, give it a go. Yeah.
from the testing I've done.
Yeah, by all means, give it a
Gonna
go.
have to disconnect though.
We'll wait around a little bit for Xenatin to be able to do that. Also, if I missed anybody's questions, make sure to just re-ask your question. And be like, hey, you missed this. So I can make sure I definitely answer it. Or if you see that I missed somebody's question, make sure to like let me know. Yeah. While we wait for oh, here we go. Hey. Yeah, just pop it into the chat. Oh, never mind. We'll give Xenatin a minute to figure out her recording. Did anybody else want some help with her voice? Oh, perfect.
Should be uploading.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I'll listen.
It's notable that towards the end, when I really increase my pitch, there's quite a lot of strain, and if I don't strain it, it just goes nowhere. It's something that's been giving me like a lot of issues over the past few weeks.
Okay, let me give that a listen through. Okay, I do hear. Oh, okay. So main thing I'm noticing is I think there's a little bit of breathiness in there, but it's not so much that I think I'm really concerned about it. But do just watch out for that. And as you go into higher pitches,
Main thing, can you do more? I know this is annoying, but can you do one more recording for me and see like just what's your maximum pitch range? So how high can you go?
The highest I've ever been able to hit was like, what was it? I have pictures in this server.
Mhm.
I would have to check back. I mean, I can try right now, to just kind of see how much I can do in this moment.
You've been listening in while at work. Sorry for lack of engagement. That's no worries, Laurie. Thank you so much for a workshop today, Zara. You really enjoyed it. Got a electrolysis session now. Oh, amazing. Congratulations. Wish me luck while you get your face zapped, and see you all soon. Yo, have good face zapping, Laurie. I hope it's not too like horrifically painful. Yeah. But you're super welcome, Raya. Thank you. Yeah, have a pleasant face electrocution. Hey. Alright, let's give that a listen through.
Yeah, I've been able to hit go higher before, but yeah, it does actually take quite a lot of effort.
That's good. It gives me just a rough idea of what happens when we go to the higher pitches. Okay, I get it. I immediately can hear what's happening. So do you hear all of that? And you probably experience, if I say, do you feel like you push to get to higher pitches?
Yeah, I feel like there's like kind of hard to describe. It's like at the top of my throat, there's like a curve forming in a way.
Yeah, so all
If
of
that
that
makes any
pushing,
sense at
we
all.
want to do the complete opposite. Try this. Can you give me a really big sigh, like almost like cartoonishly melodramatic, like really let your whole body
Hope it
melt into your chair.
hope it picks up.
Good. Now can we get that into a higher pitch? So you got a really big sigh, like it's really like super melodramatic. So a solution there you've went into to try and help it was going into more of an air. We're not necessarily going it for being an air. It can be an air, but mainly trying to get it higher. Try and match this note. Better. Now can we make that just going from where you just were? Just take your time and just really just like melt into your chair. Just like and like actually your whole body relaxing. Okay, so for that, just wanna. Do you feel how there was like a sort of you going down, and there's almost a little bit of you strung to get past, and then you kind of skipped a bunch and then went down.
Kinda.
So that
Sort of.
That was your vocal break, where we have like the M1 and M2, like that sort of head voice, chest voice. See if we can, instead of like jumping past it, see if we can get through it. It can be messy. It can be like a. That's totally fine. We don't have like a really hard break, but see if we can go the whole way through.
Yeah.
Take your time.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's very hard
Mm-hmm.
to get it to work.
So there's your first thing to practice, basically. You want to practice getting like a really big, super relaxed sigh, and have like a decent range happening during it. Really like try not to, as much as I'm telling you to get to a higher pitch, the focus isn't on the higher pitch. It's more about making the sigh sound more melodramatic. Sounding more like pathetic. Like this is a princess whose butler just hasn't brought her morning tea, or they're like, it's been 5 minutes. They're 5 minutes late. Oh, woe is life. Yeah, really like, woe is me sort of thing that'll really like intuitively have you going for a really high pitch. Yeah. Another thing as well. How are you at going into your just your like M2 voice, that like kind of head voice thing? Like, can you just talk about it?
Oh, just trying to talk in it. Mm, I mean, I can try kind of forcing it up, I guess.
Let's say your M1. How's your Mickey Mouse? How's your Mickey Mouse impression? Oh, I'm Mickey Mouse. I'm gonna kind of talk like this because this is kind of how Mickey Mouse kind of talks. Ish. Can you do that? Okay, this is where the struggle is. And this explains why it's so hard for you to get to those high pitches without it tensing. What's happening is we have like our normal voice, okay? And as you slide up, eventually you need to switch into like this other thing, this sort of, some people call it falsetto, which is more, there's other things involved in falsetto, but whatever. Some people call it head voice. The proper name is M2. And it creates a totally different kind of voice. So like, listen to me. You hear now? I'm in a different kind of a voice. It sounds very, very different. Whereas like this, I can go like, I'm higher, 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 but I'm still in my like normal voice here. It's just quite high. But if I'm over here, it's this very different thing. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You need to be getting to that different thing. And what's happening in your lip trills is you're not switching over to that different thing, and so that's why you can't get to the rest of your pitch range, because you need to make that switch over. Yeah. So play around with that. Play around with trying to get that sort of airy kind of a voice. You'll already be able to do it. You probably have done it before plenty of times in random sounds you've made just normally. You just haven't quite figured out how to do it on purpose. Try the Mickey Mouse impression, can be a good one. Like, oh, I'm Mickey Mouse. But also trying to do like silly high pitch, like or like I'm walking in the air, I'm walking in the da da da. That like snowman voice, the snowman song. I don't remember the actual name of the song, but it's just walking through the air. I don't know. Look it up on YouTube. Trying to like imitate that, you'll probably do it. Or like try giving me how does an opera singer sound? Give me an impression of an opera singer. Just give it your best shot. See what you do.
Yeah, I am trying to figure out what I would even do.
There you guess. Like a bad opera singer, like, oh, I am an opera singer. You know? You got this. Just give it a go. It's okay to get it wrong.
Yeah, I have no idea how to even approach this. I mean, sure, just random bullshit go.
Yeah, basically. Experiment with it, play with it, see what sounds you can make. Lean into the silliness. Silly sounds. Nice. Okay. Now, okay, take one of the sounds. See if we can, going back to that sigh, we're going to start in that kind of an area that you were just doing there. Yeah. Nice. Okay. Now we're starting to get somewhere. We just need to build on that. Okay. So homework for you is this thing that you just did there, that like M2 voice. Play with it. What sounds can you make while doing like that version of your voice? And just like familiarize yourself with that. Because the reason you're struggling to do the higher pitches and struggling to do lip trills is you're not going into that M2. My guess is you probably don't do it very often. And so you're like figuring out what it even is. So just have a play with it. See what's up over there. And then as you see what's up, you can like play with it, explore it, really like play, you know? Be silly with it. And start trying to get your lip trills over into that, you know? How does that sound?
So
And that will
basically,
allow you
more or
to,
less,
like, yeah, go. Sorry, go.
yeah. So basically, just like, I mean, like practice this yawn or whatever to get like a
Yeah.
feeling for it or what?
Practice.
If I'm getting it right.
Practice the silliness. When I asked you to do the opera and you gave it a go, you got somewhere with it. So play around with like a whole bunch with that. See if you can use that to get you into like somewhere at least close to like the fifth octave. Like, can you get to a C5? You know, C5 is, if I can grab it real quick. That shouldn't affect the screen. No, it doesn't. C5 is something I'll get in just a second. Is about a C5. It's like a tiny bit flat, but whatever. People on YouTube just like that. Yeah, play around with it. See if you can get around to a C5. You should be able to do so reasonably easily. If you do that, you've probably got a hang of it. Okay.
Sure. I'm just gonna like throw this into chat, I guess.
Yeah.
One of my better attempts from like a while ago.
Nice. Okay. So I think so. Okay. What's happening there is that sort of ceiling you're hitting around for G4. That's basically as far as you're able to get your M1. And I imagine that was probably quite strange to do. So that's you probably. I would.
Damn,
guess
G4
this
still
would be
M1.
like, it can if you're really gunning for it. Fuck, I'm not too good at doing that on purpose. That's getting to about where you were getting to there. Still in M1. Usually you're going to get pretty loud getting all the way up there. Your voice did seem to like disconnect a lot there, so maybe you were getting into M2 a bit. Were you super loud when you did that?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Were you super loud when you did that one?
Not really. Not that loud.
Maybe we were getting into some M2 then. Because if you're getting all the way to like a G4, like you heard how loud I was just now, you'd have to be belting to get that to happen. So I was.
But it was definitely. But it was like definitely. Yeah, I could get there, but at least like almost every time I did, it was like at maximum strain.
Yeah, because that's you trying to use M1 desperately. So we're really the app is it's not an app, it's just pitchreader.com. If you're trying to monitor your pitch, I always recommend pitchreader.com. And that's not going to do a proper link. Here's it doing a proper link with the HTTPS and all that. There you go. Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, all of that strain is you desperately trying to use the M1. So explore playing with M2 and just getting used to what that's like to do, and that will help you to like move into territories way above that. Like a C5 when you're in M2 is pretty easy to do. So that'll help you to like connect with that. Does that make sense?
Sure.
Yeah, nice. Alrighty, there's your
Just
homework.
practice, I guess.
Play with M2 specifically, like that as opposed to M1. Alright. But opera voice seemed to be the thing for you that like initially connected. So that could be your way in. Have a go at singing "Walking in the Air," badly, intentionally. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no worries. Alrighty, I'm thinking we'll take one other person if there is one other person. If not, we'll finish up here. I like pitchreader.com because other stuff, especially like ones that are meant for trans people, it's like what's voice tools? I don't like voice tools. Voice up is it called? The other one, I don't like that one either. I don't like if it tells you whether it sounds masculine or feminine, it's wrong and it's lying to you. Because as we went over earlier, pitch doesn't really tell you the gender of a voice like at all, and all of those things are using pitch. Like pitch reader when it's just pitch reader is a good one. So I like pitch reader because it doesn't imply anything about gender. It just tells you the numbers. You know, and it's a browser, so you can use it anywhere, rather than like having to install something. But yeah, what other ones? So I have them all installed, so I can then refer to them and say they're bad. Yeah, voice tools, voice up. I don't like those because they have pinks and blues, and they say this is masculine, this is feminine, and it's wrong. It's nonsense, trash. On that tool, what is showing the M thingy? Nothing shows the M thingy there. It is like when I'm saying M1 and M2. Right now I'm in M1, and you can hear my voice sounds normal. Right now I'm in M2, and you can hear my voice has this very different quality to it. Some people will call this falsetto. Technically, falsetto has other like stylistic elements to it. Some people call it chest voice and head voice. I just avoid those terms because like it's nothing to do with your chest or your head. It's all just the vocal folds vibrating differently. You have like a voice that allows you to do a bunch of pitches, and then you have like a change to that voice that allows you to do like way higher pitches. And then technically there's an M3 as well, which I've never bothered to train to use. But if you hear somebody use like for whistle register, for crazy high pitches, like in that that song from The Fifth Element, for highest notes, she uses the M3 whistle register. Yeah, squeaking will be M2. I promise you, M3 you're only going to be getting if you're using training. Like M3 is crazy high pitch, like a whistle. I mean maybe, but like I doubt it. M3 you're most likely going to be like in the 6th or 7th octave. All right. Any other questions from anybody at all? Otherwise, we'll finish off. M2 probably, yeah. Alrighty. Well, in that case, let's head over to. I haven't used this screen in ages.
What have we got over here? Yeah. Or do we use... we'll stick with this one. Stick with the all original. Well, thank you all so much for coming today. Thank you, Liv, for the subscription. That's huge. Yeah, thank you, everybody. Huge thank you to Liv for the subscription. That helps us keep us going. So massive thank you there. Yeah. I'm looking to do these every 4 weeks, and that's going to be the schedule for now. I may adjust that schedule. We'll just see what's up. But yeah, thank you all for being here for my return to doing these. Yeah. There's the... Excuse me. To check out the VOD, it'll be on YouTube. So youtube.com/@trans_network. No worries, Erin. Thank you so much for being here. And yeah, I think that's all the stuff. Is there anything I'm forgetting? Plug for things, Ko-fi, I guess, to help keep lessons cheap and to help keep these workshops running. We also have a new what's it called? What did we call it? The youth scheme, the low income youth scheme. So if you want to help, we have a fund that was started by the wonderful Madison over in Trans Network. I added a little bit, and some other people have added a bit. And you can find that scrolling up the Discord. And it's just a little fund that you can donate directly to using for PayPal, and it's for giving people that can't afford their own lessons. So trans youths that can't afford their own lessons, it's to help fund them. And they do come in on a first come first serve. We only have like one person at a time basically, so we don't just drain it very suddenly with like 1 or 2 lessons. But yeah, the more we add into there, the more we can just help people that can't afford their own lessons. So if you'd like to do that as well, it's a little charitable thing you can do. Then yeah. Other than that, events that we have going on right now, we have the I think they're doing it every 2 weeks. So last Friday was the first one, like a session 0. And then 2 weeks time Friday, they're going to be doing their first D&D session. If you're wanting to join in on that and you weren't over session 0, I'm sure if you ask inside there, then the DM will help you with that. I think it's Pieman Stan who's organizing those for people. I'm pretty sure she said that, like, hey, just let me know. We'll sort you out. Like if you weren't there for session 0. So definitely swing by over there. Other than that, thank you all for being here. I think that's it. I think we're done. But yeah. So hopefully this marks a return of public things. So we'll have a workshop starting again. Public lessons will probably open up again soon. They are always going to be on a limited, like, how many people we can do, just because they are on like they are a lower price, and I have to keep things so that I can like pay for rent. But yeah, and I hope you all have learned lots. Yeah. We're done but not finished. Hells yeah, exactly. So make sure you're all practicing lots and lots. And yeah, I'll see you next time. All right. Saying goodbye to YouTube. Bye-bye, YouTube. It's good to see you again. Bye-bye. Bye.